Hello, hello, hello. Uh, I should have cleared my throat before I went live. Hi guys, what's up? How are we doing? How is everyone on this glorious Thursday? Yeah. You're just a few hours away from a Funky Monkey Friday. This is true. Upset about the Iskall situation. Me too. I've been a Hermit Crafts viewer for a long time, and I have watched Iskall for a long time, so disappointing a little bit. Watching the stream on company time based praxis, honestly. Hello, Dark Matter. Hello, Liam. Hello, Wilkins. Hello, the True One. Hello, Moon Princess. Hello, my yappers. Oh, we'll talk about Iskall. We'll talk about Iskall. Okay, so itinerary for today. Recently found out that there will be a 25% on tariffs on Mexico and Canada, so that's fun. Okay, that's crazy. What's the Iskall situation if you don't mind yapping about it? We will get there. Actually, let's start a little poll. What do you want to do first? We have an itinerary. We have Iskall. We have some closing thoughts on the little white dog, Patricia Taxxon, and we have some updates and thoughts on the little white asshole Lily Orchard. So, uh, Iskall, Lily, or Patricia? Okay, poll started. What do you guys want to do? Let me know. I'm also like, if I find time, I might not be able to find time, but if we do find time, I will also be editing my Wicked video. Um, as you can see, the progress is abysmal. Um, I have all the audio done, but these blue parts, that's where I have visuals. So it's not much. And I think, because all of the stuff from the stage is really low quality. Like, this is tiny, right? Um, so I might use some generative upscaling. I think I'm comfortable using those tools. I have like problems with machine learning and quote unquote AI art, of course, but I think for things like upscaling it's okay. Because it's, the original image is there. It's just using math to fill in some gaps. So I feel comfortable using something like an upscale because, it's not a black and white issue, in my opinion. Okay, where are we? Oh boy. Overwhelming. All right. Miss Lily Orchard, it is. And then we'll do Iskall and then we'll do Patricia. Okay. So, let me bring it up. Have you ever listened to any songs from Epic the Musical? I have not. I like. I thought you weren't going to talk about Lily anymore. I'm not going to talk about her content. I am specifically going to be talking about a piece of information, something that happened to my friend. But I will not be going into any more detail about that. I don't care about her video. I don't care about what's in the video. I don't even really care what was in Sai's video. But let's talk about it. Here we go. So this was posted 7 hours ago on Sai's channel. Lily never learns. She has falsely copyright struck me again. Maybe I'll just upload the raw recording of the Dragon Age stream until the VOD is back. So Sai did a 9-hour stream on reacting to Lily Orchard's Dragon Age video. She has done this multiple times. It also seems that she made this Dragon Age video specifically to bait Sai. And Sai knew that. We all knew that. So what it was again, ooh, that is not a good thumbnail. Okay, in the past month, now keep in mind, usually Lily's upload schedule has been 1, sometimes 2 videos a month. She speed ran making a Dragon Age, covering all of the Dragon Age games. It has largely been observed that she used cheats. Also allegedly used an incest mod, or at least had one installed, but who's to say on that one? Again, I don't really care what's in the videos themselves. This is not about the videos that she made. And it's not even really about the content of the video that Sai made. But she's very clearly comfortably smacking down any and all criticism against her as much as she can. That being said, if you look in the description of this video, you will see that I have linked Sai's video in full on Twitch. So you could still watch her Twitch video. If the Dragon Age videos were bait to strike Sai, she's only putting herself more at risk of being banned by YouTube along with alienating her audience in the process. Yeah, nobody watched the... Now, keep in mind, this is a channel with 137,000 subscribers. The biggest performing video of this series was 16K, and they've been going down from here. Her Veilguard coverage, which is topical, Veilguard just came out and everybody's talking about it. Her Veilguard video didn't even broach 8K. Or I guess 8.2, but she didn't even get over 10K. And now, you know, her channel's been going down the shitter for years. But as we can see, even in comparison to her other stuff, the In a Nutshell video was just very bad. It's just weird AI hamster speak for half an hour, and the jokes aren't funny. But, you know, 15 to 30K is usually what she gets. Her big Korra Redux got 82K, 59K, 45K, 91K. She made an Avatar like Netflix live action adaptation when it was topical, Has Been Hotel video when it was topical, and those did fine. Um Coffin video is probably her best performing. I think it is her best performing video in years. When she covered the coffin of Andy and Lele, because it is radioactive, but people are curious about it. Because nobody will talk about it. So anybody that does talk about it, people are like, "Ooh, I want to hear what this person has to say." The video isn't very good. Um, but that's probably her best performing video in over a year. I don't think that there has been anything. Yeah, scrolling back, I don't think anything comes even close. Because I think that if you were to search the coffin of Andy and Lele, yeah. Why are there cosplayers? Okay. I was legit taken aback by her vid when she said she slaughtered the werewolves because she believed in collective punishment. That's crazy. But yeah, if you look at like the people that are making the videos, it's not like big channels. Like big channels will not touch this. Like MatPat's not gonna touch this this video game, right? So really, uh, really, apart from like the original creator, why YouTube Shorts, get out of here. Like she might be the biggest creator that's covered it. And I will probably say, how big is, yeah, about the same size as Lily. So yeah, that's been her best. That's been her best performing video in years. Um, so it's her third best performing video overall. That's insane. And she doesn't even like the game. Okay, cool. Hmm. The fandom loves torture thing is here. Also, I wanted to address something that she said recently, and it's the only thing I want to address. And I'm giving my perspective as somebody that worked in the field briefly. Um, the reason that you don't see a lot of punching on screen, for example, the reason that in the Legend of Korra that Tenzin, it cut away from him getting the shit beaten out of him, is because you're actually not really supposed to show um, characters being hit or struck directly. Um, in children's cartoons. Like you're specifically not allowed to do that, like punching in the face especially. But the Mercury thing is so abstract that's literally not something anybody can do. Like, because the thought is that monkey see, monkey do. If you put if you put a kid in front of a TV and they see people hitting each other in the face, the thought is that, oh, monkey see, monkey do, the kids will then hit each other in the face. Flawed concept. I'd like to think that kids are a little smarter than that. But the thing is with the Mercury thing in Legend of Korra is that, like, that's not something that could ever happen to anyone. It's really hard to get your hands on Mercury, especially that much Mercury, and you can't, like, force it into somebody's skin like a metal bender, like with metal bending. Um, Good on you not touching the Dragon Age videos. They're very painful to watch, and I'd go so far as to say it's offensive to any human being. I mean, here's my take on the whole Dragon Age thing. I have played a couple of them. I don't particularly care for the gameplay. Um, the characters, the story, and the world are interesting to me. I wish that I'll probably play Veilguard. Um, but in the past, I've been dissatisfied with the character creator of the older games, and I haven't enjoyed the gameplay very much. It's very much a where do I fucking go moment. I have similar feelings about Oblivion and the original Baldur's Gate games, and it's like where do I go? Where do you want me to go? What do you want me to do? So it's not really my thing. It's not the kind of game that I like playing. Um, so I haven't really gotten super involved in it. Maybe I'll sit down and I'll watch Sai's playthrough of the other games, and then I'll play Veilguard on my own. Um, but yeah, it's why Batman allowed Tommy guns. Harder to get. Yep. Basically, a lot of regulations about violence in children's media is that how easy is this for a kid to copy? Um, but it's also like when you do see Batman and Superman punch someone or Wonder Woman punch someone in the Bruce Timm cartoon, why there's like a flash of light, or like even in the older ones, it would like cut to this like word bubble of Pam, wow, kablamo. Like that's where that comes from. Trying to use that to kind of like cover up the actual connecting of fist to jaw. So there are actual TV regulations against it. That's why you don't see characters like Tenzin getting the crap beaten out of him. Um anyway. My children are perfectly capable of forcing liquid mercury through one's pores. Seems like a skill issue. I find that regulation to be funny considering that most kids watched Dragon Ball Z growing up. Yeah, and see, Japan didn't have those problems. Um, like Japan didn't have those regulations, which is why most action shows that we got here were originally Japanese, but they were often censored. And then there's the whole issues of black girls being adultified when it comes to her reaction to Luz's blue screen of death. Okay, in terms of like, I don't understand the vitriol towards the Owl House. The Owl House is fine. Um, it's definitely past my generation's, like it's a kids show. I watched it and it's like, oh, this is a kids show. It's fine, but I'm a little too old for it, and I've been an adult for a long time that I don't even really want to watch a lot of the kids shows on today. Even though when I was like in my 20s, I kind of did watch some kids shows. Um, Krim is someone who only played the first two games only once in my life. You would absolutely cry you would even if you never heard of Dragon Age, simply because of how revealing the video are of Lily's actual beliefs. Yeah, maybe I'll watch Sai's video eventually. I don't like watching Orchard's videos, so I'm not going to. Um, Again, it's not really about, I'll do that in my spare time. And this isn't really about the content or the quality of any of those videos. It's more of this pattern of like someone criticized her and disagreed with her, and she copyright struck, and we know that she knows that this is not a fair strike. We know that she's being invictive. We know that she's putting them in time out. And she continues to do it knowing that it's wrong. She's abusing the system. Um, and I would just like take the time to say, if you can find any way to report Lily. Actually, how can I report Lily? Let's see. If we go on her channel, let's see. What are the options here? I don't think you produce silliness and horrible felonies. Mm-hmm. Report user. Report user. Mm-hmm. I would say probably harassment. These are the... It's not really the videos though, is it? Next. Continuously false copyright strikes videos of her own admission. This has been acknowledged by the YouTube team. Further inaction will result in demands on social media to address. So I'm just going to post that. So make some noise on Twitter, make some noise on Blue Sky, make some noise everywhere. You know, oops, sorry about that. You know, take her to task for abusing the system and don't shut up about it. We should not shut up about it because she is abusing she's abusing these tools and she does not deserve to have them. And at this point, I don't think she deserves to have her channel monetized based on that alone. But anyway. Okay, so people are reporting her, but don't just report her. Don't just send in tickets. Make noise on social media about how she's abusing the... I don't care about anything else. YouTube is not going to do anything about anything else that she's done, about what she says, what she does, what she's doing on other social media. You know, make a noise on social media that, hey, this person is abusing the copyright system and I'm not okay with it. So, on top of everything else, the fact that you cannot criticize this person without getting copyright struck is a problem. So, all right, I didn't mean to go to my homepage. And that's the tea on the Lily stuff. Yeah, this is not... Yeah, only report her for abusing the system. I think you can have your views on Lily outside of that. You guys know what my views are. I don't even really think that making video responses to Lily is worth it at this point, personally, but that's not my decision to make for everyone. And, like, I get it. Like, Dragon Age is size autism. I'm not going to judge her for that. Like, I would probably get, like... I would probably read about, like, my favorite thing getting criticized in such a inelegant and clumsy manner. So I can't judge her too much because I would probably do the same thing. This person who used their platform to abuse and hurt other people should no longer have one. Shouldn't be controversial. All right, speaking of, okay, so let's move on from the Lily stuff to the Iskall stuff. So, Iskall, let's pull up my YouTube video viewer. So Iskall is a member, or was a member, of the Hermitcraft server. He did Vault Hunters. He's a pretty big Minecraft YouTuber. And some accusations were made against him. And he has been flirting with fans. They are all adults, thankfully. Thank fucking God. But, you know, supposedly also cheating on his wife and, like, all of that stuff. He's also... So, the Vault Hunters thing is like a mod pack that he put together with some other people. And ever since these allegations came out, he's been holding the code for that mod pack ransom. And that's what I've heard. Hermitcraft is a survival multiplayer server, probably one of the oldest like YouTuber ones. It's been squeaky clean up until now. Hasn't really been any drama, hasn't really been any scandals. Everybody there has been super, super pleasant, super lovely. It's a wonderful community. The fans can be a little bit weird sometimes. Like, I disavow real life shippers. I think that if you ship real life people, you're the scum of the earth and you need to go learn some boundaries. No, I'm not joking. You should not be saying those things about real people. As someone who has heard those kinds of comments myself from my own small circle of my audience, I can't imagine what it's like to be the size of some of these people and constantly be experiencing that. You can't even like search your own name without finding fan art of you kissing one of your friends. Like, I'd be kind of fucked up about that. But anyway, so we're gonna watch this video covering it. I think this was the one that I originally watched when it was coming out. This was made a month ago by Parallax. And then we're going to listen to Iskall himself, who says he got canceled. And I think that's a very irresponsible way to acknowledge it. But yeah, people are shipping you. They are, and they're like, there's other things related to that sort of stuff that I've heard from people, and I've seen some art that made me a little uncomfortable, but it's fine. I'll be okay. Anyway. Like, there's a reason that my avatar looks nothing like how I really look. Anyway. So let's watch this video.
Not sure you could just claim someone is guilty before all the facts. It was just a poor attempt at rizzing up someone. So I don't understand the reaction. For flirting with an adult, not minors?
I don't see what he did wrong. It's Monday, the 2nd of December, 2024. I uploaded a YouTube video going over some serious
so this wasn't his first
happening to a
video.
Minecraft YouTuber, Iskall85. In the November of 2024, Iskall faced various complaints from members of the Hermitcraft and Vault Hunters community, and once confronted, he chose to resign. When I posted my video, I thought nothing of it. However, I definitely failed to do more due diligence in the research. A bunch of Iskall's fans started commenting on their problems with the video, and to my surprise initially, they were really disappointed. And to be fair, after reflecting on it, I didn't get the whole story, so let's attempt to get it right this time. Our story begins on the 24th of November 2020.
So this guy's trying to be responsible, update everything, but like, trust me with this, you guys. This isn't a retraction. This isn't good. So let's continue.
24. Hermitcraft's Twitter
Can't
account
people
will
just play
news
Minecraft and be normal about it?
Allegations surrounding the creator Iskall85.
You don't have to do weird
After
stuff.
being confronted by members of the Hermitcraft server, Iskall and Stress Monster would choose to resign. Following this, we are yet to hear a response from Iskall or Stress Monster. The Hermitcraft team has also advised that they won't be sharing any more information going forward. However, one of these self-described victims would. A Twitter user named Cassie would publish a document going over some accusations of sexual harassment and strange flirting between her and Iskall. The document goes over their message history and
with a moderator, you guys. Okay, for those of you who don't know me, I've been a moderator for Iskall for a while now, and for a time it was only Gamer Salsa, my mod twin, as I like to say, myself doing most of everything on the stream. He hates moderating his own things. I also end up a moderator of his Discord and the Vault Hunters official Discord. Iskall and I shared a few friends, which made the situation so much more confusing until I told them what was going on, and they helped pull me out of my mental state and made me realize things that were happening that I had no idea about. The personal thing started out on August 12th, 2023. What happened was that Salsa and I were in the Vault Hunters Patreon voice chat, just doing a Vault together when he popped in while muted and watched us for a bit before leaving. Right after that, he sent me this.
Iskall's reported strange and weird behavior. On the 21st
that's
of
pretty
August
normal, but
2023, Iskall would invite Cass over onto their Skype account. And according to the document, things got
in
inappropriate really quickly.
2023?
The document read, immediately after going to Skype is when he brought up danger zones and started being sexual. He talked about getting in bed.
Ah! What a terrible day to have eyes. The danger zone talk. Ah.
And that he currently had a... I was wary to engage, but honestly, just assumed he was joking around or something. Very naive of me, I guess. But it feels so different when it's happening to you, and in your head, that is difficult to explain my own logic back then. Cassie would also paint the narrative that Iskall had attempted to do this multiple times. According to the document, Cassie said, a lot of the time his flirting was unsuccessful. He would either say things like, changing the subject I see, encouraging me to open up, or straight up leaving me alone for a couple of days before he tried again.
So even...
Whilst this pattern of behavior...
So it's not even that, like, it's not even that he was flirting with members of his community. He also wasn't taking no for an answer. That's beautiful. Sorry for screeching. I mean, listen, the keep it private thing is complicated because, like, hi, I'm a YouTuber, I'm a person too. I think I am owed privacy. I think when I do make friends, through making video, it's complicated, especially when you get big like Iskall is. You've gotta, I think we're owed some discretion, to a point. You know, we're not perfect. We make mistakes. If we hurt someone, then yeah, I think it's fair that, like, hey, this is my testimony. This is what this person said to me. But, like, if I've done nothing wrong and my friend is just being like, hey, well, look at this chat log where Krim is spazzing out about this shonen ai that he read. Cringe. Like, you know, that's personal information, and, like, if I'm sharing it with you in confidence, then, like, I would hope that, like, it would be a situation where we're actually friends. But, like, the human experience is complicated, let's just say that. Really colors all of Iskall's interactions where he pushes the other hermit's buttons and boundaries. Yeah. Yes, it does. But anyway. Yeah, it's not so easy to say, hey, if a YouTuber asks for privacy, then it's suspicious, because, again, like, everybody is you know, should be afforded a little privacy, but it can so easily spin out of control. And this is something that I think about every day. How, you know, I really care about the friends that I've made through doing this. Some of them I've met because they were fans of my video and I really value their opinion. You know, they came on to stream and talked about something and we stay in touch. And I think that they're still friends just because I make creative material that they enjoy, doesn't mean they can't be my friend. But also, some of them I met through other servers or other communities. So it's complicated, and I think that unless somebody is actively getting hurt, that you should give people the benefit of the doubt. I think it's just always worrying to me for a large YouTuber to reach out to someone and then ask not to tell people, but I didn't consider it could just be genuine. Yeah. There's also the fact that there's an inherent obfuscation of someone's humanity when you're only viewing them from behind a screen. At least that's how I see it from my armchair. Yeah, and like, have experienced that, and I'm at barely over 2K right now. So I can't imagine how dehumanizing it feels to be treated more like a character than a person by hundreds of thousands of people. So I wouldn't make any sweeping statements of like YouTubers don't deserve privacy, but like, you know, can't find any of Lily's videos. Has she finally been kicked off the platform? I doubt it. No. Just search Lily Orchard and it will come up. Anyway.
Behavior is weird and creepy. They are trying to paint the picture that Iskall was being a predator making sexual advances towards them, which is a problem on its own. After reviewing the document, not once did Cass mention they were both adults or that Cass had advised Iskall that they were uncomfortable with any of the advances that he was making. In fact, they did advise that they weren't going to show the full story. The start of the document reads, "I'm just going to tell you what happened in the order that it happened, so that hopefully I don't miss anything. Don't expect too much photo evidence right now, because it's pretty hard to look through it. And the hermits plus other people like the VH devs have all they need to see the truth of it. Please have faith in us and them that the evidence is overwhelmingly sufficient." However, I still find this to be extremely weird behavior. In my video, I had advised that Iskall was guilty. To this day, we haven't received an official response from Iskall, but by judging by his lack of acknowledgement and swift action from close friends and colleagues, Iskall is guilty. But looking back on it now and knowing the—
You can't do that, dude. How much subs do you have? 1.7K subs. Word to the wise. Do not say that shit. Don't ever say that shit. Do not say this person is guilty. I can get you in a lot of trouble. Especially if you're in the UK. So. Ooh. Here's a new video. So that was made 8 hours ago, and this was made 5 hours ago. Spicy. Okay. Let's continue.
current information in more detail, this whole situation was blown out of proportion based on the evidence that we have currently, as the amount of evidence we have only shows Iskall attempting to flirt with another adult. But according to Cassie, the situation gets even worse. I've attempted to reach out to Cassie in an attempt to do some kind of interview to gain a better understanding of what actually happened. However, I wasn't successful in getting a response, but she is still active on social media. One Twitter user would make a tweet on this situation that read, "Just found out what Iskall did and it was nothing."
Okay. I'm sorry. I kind of stomach a little bit. I don't know why we're suddenly getting this like snap back from it's like there's this reactionary anti-Me Too movement. If someone says that you made them uncomfortable and that you were inappropriate with them and that what you did was not okay, my mic's speaking a little bit. That's there. yeah, that's their that's for them to decide. That isn't for us to decide. It's not for you can't just be like, "Hey, that thing that he did to you where you felt real uncomfortable, that was nothing actually. You're making a big deal out of nothing." So, anyway.
I'm sorry to the parties involved that he made you feel that way, but that is not something he should be losing his job for. Which prompted a response from Cass that read, "This video doesn't even have 1/10 of the information the hermits received from us. You don't know what the hell you're talking about, and the hermits have the whole picture. I'm not sharing shit that kids will see. As I've said many times before, he would be extremely stupid to sue any of us for that. He'd be assassinating himself. Whilst I can understand that you don't want children seeing NSFW photos, if you are going to share allegations of sexual harassment, you should disclose that information with the public." Cass could also easily put a content warning hiding any sensitive content from young viewers. Now that we're up to date, what actually happened to Iskall? It's now been 4 months since Iskall last posted a Hermitcraft related video, and he hasn't spoken publicly on social media at all. The documents Cass provided only showed weird and flirtatious behavior between two adults. Keep in mind, Cass was a Discord mod that volunteered to work with Iskall. As far as we know, they weren't a paid employee. It's hard to say now what Iskall will do moving forward. Hermitcraft have completely cut ties with him. Cassie also blew this document out of proportion. Considering they were both adults at the time, it would have been better to confront Iskall privately, and advise them that you weren't comfortable with the messages and advances that he was going for. There seems to be a dangerous precedent online in the Minecraft community where the community believes guilty before innocence.
Okay. I think I watched his original video. But anyway, here's Cass's statement. All right. Okay, so this is the whole document, I suppose. I will also say that making these documents is somebody that tried to make a document detailing some sources that I had about something. Unless you're someone who regularly makes things like this, it's very challenging. So I feel for this person, especially if they were personally affected. But anyway. Hi everyone, I'm not being pushed to make this, but rather doing it at my own accord so that you have all of the facts with the hopes that there are more victims, they know they can reach out, and that they are not alone. It's likely that besides the 3 of us, 2 currently anonymous ones, and myself, there are more, very likely. I'd like to start off by saying a couple of things. So far, no minors are involved that we know of. I know Mumbo already confirmed this, but I feel like it's important for me to say that too. Thank you, Mumbo. As for Stress Monster 101, for those of you that don't know, don't bring her into this at all. I'm hoping for the best for her and her kids. Please don't speculate about her. I'm just going to tell you what happened in the order that it happened so that I hopefully don't miss anything. Don't expect too much photo evidence right now because it's pretty hard to look through, and the Hermits +1 plus other people like the VH devs have, which is Vault Hunters, have all they need to see the truth of it. Please have faith in us and them, and that the evidence is overwhelmingly sufficient. For those of you who don't know me, I've been a moderator for Iskall for a while now, and for a time it was only Gamer Salsa, my mod twin, and myself doing most of everything on the stream. We talked about this earlier. So yeah, this was originally this innocent exchange. Fairly innocent, and that's how it was for about a week and a half. Something to know about Iskall is that he doesn't really respond to Discord very much. Even when he's asked me to send him something, do something for him, which I honestly didn't expect more than that, it really didn't bother me. However, for the 9 days, he was extremely chatty, even starting his own conversations, which was baffling all the time. as I was used to to mostly silence on his end. I just thought he was being more my friend than before, which I don't think would be that unusual since I had been moderating for him for a long time and doing a lot of things for him, for his stream and community, who I adored. It was August 21st when he brought up Skype, but before that, he started being a little weird without giving me any context about whatever he meant, so I didn't think much of it at the time, but now hindsight is 2020. Finger, you need food. Continue to be awesome. I've got no worries in my head. You're a good one. Now we play some Skyle. Peeping at Iskall cast. Danger Zone cast. Puts pants back on. No! Not the pants! No! And then a Skype message. Nice, set up Skype. Do I remember my old one? Probably going to make a new one now, but what the hell? I have a message from my brother from 2018. Immediately after going to Skype, where he brought up danger zones again and started being sexual, he talked about getting in bed naked. You can see here he's talking about danger zones again, 8 days after the first time. I'm showing this so that you can see he is clearly the same person I've been talking to, as I honestly was so confused by his flip-in behavior that I started to question myself on whether he truly was the same person I was just talking to. The way he talks and uses emotes is exactly the same as he already is everywhere else, which is made more apparent the more he talked to me. To back this up even further, I have 2 instances of me mentioning Skype to him afterwards on Discord, and then he never replied directly to those messages. He also never went, huh? What's Skype? Or anything like that. Something I and others noticed was his lovely habit of talking a lot and then ghosting us for 1 to 2 weeks randomly, which is why I said this. Not that I feel I have to justify myself, I'm just embarrassed. Also, message Skype if you need anything, because Discords get filtered out on my phone from all the notifications. I also am very kind of. I mean, I know that he uses it as a bit on his YouTube thing. He uses Sir. Sorry, I just get a little skeeved by that. But anyway. Why? Hold on. My chat. I'm missing stuff because I had top chat selected like a fool. Hello, sweet tea gamer. Anyway. No response to these messages. I don't know if he ignored them specifically on purpose so that... Okay. So we started ignoring her on Skype. I showed a video of my pigeon Wilbur, unfortunate name now, I know, taking a bath, and the bottom of my leg happened to be in shots, and after that he was obsessed with my legs and mentioned them whenever I could. I mentioned before we have a lot of friends in common. A full month after the Skype thing started, one of my friends accidentally revealed that Iskall had a live-in partner. The friend had no idea about the Skype, but knew the secret because of other reasons, and I don't remember how it was brought up at the time because... Go away. Yes. Denying he has a partner. Being weird, asking for cuddles online is such a strange thing to do. I don't like when people do that. Yeah, I don't even want to ask. I don't even want to read that. No! You gotta try me harder, push barriers, dear. Ugh. Mm. Yeah, this is the first time that this has happened, by the way, in Hermitcraft. Nobody's ever been removed like this. Okay. So B was romantically involved with Iskall for 3 years. During that time, he attempted to mess with me. The communication he had with B was stopped. When his attempts on me failed, he resumed his romantic involvement with B, claiming he had been hacked and apologizing profusely. The news is extremely painful for her as she deeply cared for him and was emotionally invested in their online connection. They had even planned to meet in person, and he had shared personal, intimate details with her that he hadn't shared with others. Mephilet's another victim, made her own statement that you can find. Meph and I have very similar timeline of him starting around August and giving up on us the same day of December 16th before going back to B. Meph is very likely come out with her own story soon, but for now I will keep her name out of this until she tells me otherwise. Both B and Meph received pictures of explicit nature, though I managed to avoid them. Confirmed. The Skype is the same. We won't be sharing it. Before we found Meth, B and I managed to get into contact with a hermit. I don't know if they want the public to know who they are, so I won't say. They offered to help us. They gathered all the evidence they thought we needed and took it to the rest of the hermits and relayed information to other parties as well. Iskall went dark around that time, and we haven't heard from him publicly. It's likely he's telling his own story to people close to him, and we will get to that in a second. So, yeah. Small updates that was made just about a week ago. Someone tried to take down the dock and it was down briefly while I assumed the Google team checked it over to make sure it wasn't breaking any rules before it went back up. If that was you, Iskall, it doesn't really look good for you. Anyways, glad it's back. I've got a couple of things to add on real quick. I don't want to edit what was already here in the document, not even to fix a typo. Originally, what I wrote in the document before sharing it, Mephilet was just C, and when she posted her statement before I did, I went through and changed C to Meph with her permission. I missed a C, and I think most people picked up that C was Mephilet, but just in case, that is what happened. Since posting it, several more people have come forward, though they are currently anonymous and don't know if they want to speak. We can confirm through the account name and its patterns of behavior in speech that they are real. Please respect any new victims who post and don't speculate on who someone might be. It's very tough for everyone. Yeah. As for the real thing, as for the people who can't read, it seems like a lot of them miss that he has a live-in partner he was attempting to cheat on dozens of times with his own fans and moderator, who he very clearly used his influence over to get what he wanted. Even if he didn't commit a crime, preying on your audience is heinous and should be stopped at all costs. If he attempts on to continue to be a content creator, these things are out there forever for someone to call back if he tries this all again. Lastly, please stop asking for proof with explicit things in it. I really did not want it to have a chance that any minor seeing something like this. Please trust that the hermits did their due diligence in looking over the private evidence they received. Hermitcraft doesn't do this for no reason, and they never have. Cass out. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, yeah. It's unprofessional, it's creepy, it's cheating, it's emotionally very abusive to flirt with someone and then when they don't respond favorably to you to drop them like a fucking like piece of garbage. It's especially challenging for the hermitcraft community because we know that there are a lot of fans that are kids and that adds like a whole layer of like how do I approach this, you know? Yeah, so I wasn't a big fan of this video. I thought that we were gonna be... Maybe I saw his previous video, but this was not the video that I originally watched. I'm guessing it was the other one he made. But walking it back is... very biased. It's very, like... what a dude thing to say. That's all I'll say on that. Now this is Iskall's video. Let's watch it together, shall we?
Hello. 2 months ago, allegations were cast upon me about consensually chatting with a couple of adult women in the community. One of them a moderator of mine. These allegations were brought to a hermit who then, without my knowledge, brought it to the Hermitcraft group. The Hermitcraft group then summoned me for a hearing and gave me a deadline of 1.5 hours, time zones considered. I did not have any interest in joining that hearing, as I had at this point already contacted the police and a solicitor in regards to the alleged rumors and potential defamation. They advised me to not comply with Hermitcraft's demands. I informed Hermitcraft of this and asked them to respect my privacy and wait, to which they responded that if I did not join the hearing, I would be publicly removed in 1.5 hours. I decided to resign. This entire thing has completely ruined my life. I no longer, as it stands, have an income. The rumors and allegations portrayed me as a predator and as an abuser. I'm neither of these things. The amount of hate and threats I have received has been endless, and there have been days where I've seen no reason to press on, no reason to get out of bed, no reason to eat or
Okay,
even
dude.
breathe.
Okay. All right. You have not been making content, my good sir. This is 6 months ago. If you waited another 4 months, you would have been demonetized. Now I have... I'm sorry, I'm very upset by the I have no income now. Like, regardless of the allegations... Hold on.
My life is full of questions. How do I...
Okay, so his videos are still monetized. I opened it in a private window. Not sure how to show you that. I have YouTube Premium, so. Let's just go tablet. So this is me. I've opened it on a... That's not what I wanted. Well, you're gonna get, like, some Inception for a second. So, this is his... It's still monetized.
Clean an aioli stain? He was Tide.
Do I need to pre-treat guacamole?
No, a Tide.
Why do we even buy napkins?
Thankfully, Tide's the answer to almost all of them.
Do crabs have eyebrows?
Except that one.
For all of life's laundry questions, it's got to be Tide.
I can't believe...
So, video has pre-roll. He was getting sponsored videos. Not sure if he'll continue to get that. Oh, and there's Vodskal as well. Let's go to Vodskal, shall we? This is his second channel where he puts all his VODs. And he was making stuff up until 2 months ago when all of this started happening. And I'm going to go out on a limb.
Today, we have...
This was also a sponsored video. Right here. Sponsored content gets you a lot of fucking money. Let's also see. Look at the insights. So, let's also take a little peeksy poo at his social blade, shall we? So he has been going down. Let's see. Now keep in mind, he hasn't been making videos for months over on his YouTube. So maybe this is not Iskall. There you go. Still not making very much, I suppose. But again, like, now let's go back to his, because he makes more. Here, okay. Detailed. Okay, so let's go. This is just for this month. I want it from earlier than that. What's earlier? Because this is all 2025. Detailed. Yeah. He lost 10,000 subs. But I want to know. Yeah. So this already has just as much views as his last video. So I don't know. Man. You stopped posting months ago. So I don't know what you mean you lost your income. You haven't been earning an income. Your last video was months before this started happening. So I don't understand where this whole I lost my income goes. You killed your YouTube channel all by yourself. But it looks like you're doing just fine. Because you got 364K within like 10 hours. So I don't know what this whole I'm not relevant thing, my income's been robbed from me. You made this decision half a year ago when you decided to stop posting on YouTube. So I don't know what you're talking about. And again, let's look at Iskall, which is where he puts his Twitch VODs. Yeah, this is pretty typical for streamers of his size. He hasn't been making that much. Couple months ago, his last video was the best that he's done. Yeah. So, maybe he's, let's see. Because I think that we can also look at his Twitch stuff. And that's not what I wanted. Where is his Twitch? There we go. I don't use this as much. Obviously, he's been tanking. But even before he went live, he's been detailed statistics. Please project backwards from before the beginning of this year. How do I do that? Anyway, back to the anyway, this whole I've lost my career thing. It's like, dude, you were tanking long before this. What do you mean? You haven't made anything since the beginning of the summer. I remember because I was watching you at the time.
Days where I've had to seek professional mental help. You have to understand that making content has been my entire life, where I've spent all of my hours for the past 10 years. It's all I know. These allegations ruin that. And at the end of the day, I'm human. I got emotions, feelings, and most importantly, a personal, private life. As I mentioned, I took this whole thing, the rumors, the allegations, and the defamation to the police. The investigation is still ongoing. It has gone through to a second tier of investigations, and several people are now being investigated. I was advised against speaking in public, which is why you haven't heard anything from me until now. I know the internet plays by its own rules, and moral high grounds based on rumors or tinted through selected parts seem to be more valuable to a lot of people than the law, common sense, and respect. Pitchforks are shamelessly easy to equip. They require no minimum level, nor attributes. Just equip and shout with the masses. It seems to give some people the right to spread misinformation and hate. I have learned, during the investigation, that one of the so-called victims, who I out of respect for their privacy will not name, have done this before, to another influencer, completely managing to cancel and ruining their life too.
You're not going to say who that is. That's very convenient. You are being supported on Patreon. I see. I see. Yep, totally losing his income. He doesn't even post on Patreon. Ugh. 262 paid members. Okay? Keep that in mind. So that's per month. So even if they were all iron tier, let's do some math. So assuming the worst, assuming that they're all, every single one is the lowest amount, let's go 262 times 8. He is at minimum making 2,000 Canadian dollars a month. At the very minimum on Patreon alone. And it goes as high as $76 a month. So, like, I don't know who is in what tier. That's not information I get here. I'm assuming that not everybody... Does it tell me which one is popular? Most popular. So the diamond tier, which is almost $20 a month, is the most popular tier. And it's almost $20 a month. And he's claiming that he's not... He's claiming that he is not getting... He's claiming that he has no income. And his most popular tier is almost $20. That's crazy, dude. And if he's willing to lie about his income, I don't trust this video. You're full of shit, dude.
This is why it is so important to be careful of who you trust, who to call a friend, and who to listen to, specifically online. It also shows that Hermitcraft should have waited before hanging me out as some sort of criminal to millions of people.
Okay, but like, your friends wanting to be like, hey, what the fuck is this? And asking you to explain yourself to your group of private friends. Like, there was no way that that little Hermitcraft, like, Discord thing was going to be posted publicly. It was your friends giving you a chance to explain yourself and tell your side of the story. And you did not get canceled. You decided to be like, you know what? I'm out. You aren't owed an explanation from me. Because, like, again, this doesn't happen in, like... This couldn't have been easy for the hermits. And I think if you hear, oh, my friend, like, I just got a bunch of evidence that he was sexually harassing people and being really inappropriate with people. Shit, what do I do? Like, I should probably talk to him about that. I don't think that that's, like... If something came out about me, even if it wasn't true, and Sai and Anthony and, like, Dan, perhaps, and all of my friends that are fellow content creators were like, hey, we need to talk to you, as upset as I would be, I would 100% talk to them and either explain my side of the story or apologize. You, like, put your friends on ice, and from what I can see in the, you know, in the previous communication, that's not atypical of you. You tend to hang people out to dry unless they give you what you fucking want. Welcome, Paige. Thank you for the super chat. The fog of the night tried to keep me from the stream, but I prevailed, and then I got a snack and hung out a bit, and now I'm here. Hello. So, like, this whole smokescreen of, like, I have no money now, and all my friends, like, hung me out to dry, when it's like, you did not take the chance to defend yourself in front of your friends in a private voice call after they had been presented evidence that you were sexually harassing people. Moreover, I am not hearing an apology, because whether or not you consider this to have been... Maybe he'll apologize in the end, but whether or not you think that you were behaving appropriately or not, you made someone uncomfortable. And I think you should apologize for that. Even if you didn't mean to. But, Jesus Christ. Put your big boy pants on, dude. Holy shit.
On their Twitter and on their Reddit. I've already received endless amounts of hate, threats, including death threats and death wishes, because of these non-criminal and highly personal allegations, and I am expecting that this statement will generate more of that. I will, without further consideration, report all of them to the ongoing police investigation. I've had to increase the security of my personal private life and taken other precautions privately, and I've had enough. I hope that enough people will see just how ridiculous and dangerous this entire ordeal is. The world has gone absolutely mad, and the cancel culture that I have now experienced first
God, not the cancel culture.
Firsthand is a toxic, unjust, and incorrect system that leaves people like me, a naive and generous sports ball nerd who
Fine. Fucking. Well, that's date joined. I was like, is that his birthday? What? 39 years old. 39 years old. 39 years old. Naive, huh? Oh, thank you, Maria. I appreciate that you brought the Patty stuff to light. I've always sort of suspected that she's a danger to herself and others. I hope she gets help, but I suspect she's enabled by everyone IRL. We'll talk about that in a bit. Hazzy. Let's see who it is. Okay, so I found Kazi's Twitter. Ooh, Wells night. Oh, spicy. That didn't happen. And if it did, it wasn't that bad. And if it was, that's not a big deal. And if it is, it's not my fault. And if it was, I didn't mean it. And if I did, you deserved it. So this is in response to everything that's been... Oh, hold on. Let me share my actual Firefox thing. This is in response to everything that's been happening. This all was posted today. I don't like to use the term canceled or cancel culture. Those are their words. I prefer cultural accountability that involves holding people responsible and removing them from their communities. They've clearly hurt. We don't have to tolerate predators. Sports ball nerds should know that cheaters never win. Thank you for the super chat, Saito. Iskall, don't believe baseless rumors about a proven accusation. Also, Iskall shares baseless rumor against Hermitcraft. Ooh. Let's continue watching.
who enjoys playing and creating video games online extremely vulnerable. The cancel culture can be compared with the witch hunts carried out in the 15 and 1600s, where people would attempt to drown a person, and if they didn't drown, they were deemed a witch and burnt on the stake. The bottom line here is that allegations, rumors were spread about
You know what the interesting thing is about witch hunts? Is they were primarily levied against women who were sexually unavailable to men. Isn't that interesting? Isn't it interesting that you would invoke witch hunts in this situation, Iskall? Because you've been harassing women that made themselves sexually unavailable to you, and then like you abandoned them and went cold on them and ignored your friendships with them.
Me with the help of Hermitcraft's public power, and I was made to look like a criminal, which I'm not. And it completely destroyed my life. Everyone has the right to a personal life and privacy. You do, and I do. Neither you nor Hermitcraft have any right to infringe in my private life. In today's society, when information is at your fingertips without any further knowledge, rumors can make anyone look bad. This was designed to completely cancel and destroy another human being. So, I urge you to think critically before judging. Don't believe everything you read. Too many people have their own agendas. And in a time where I have always valued people's choices, defended the small, fought for the weak and lonely, it is with great sadness I see so many people forgetting to think, forgetting to question, and simply equipping that pitchfork. Mentally, this has been an incredible challenge, and I hope no other human being ever has to experience it or the loneliness it leaves you in. As far as Hermitcraft goes, there are a lot more things behind
The loneliness. The loneliness. The loneliness. Yeah, it must be hard being all alone in the hundreds of thousands of people that fucking support you, if not millions. 1.55 million subscribers. Let me just remind you of that. 1.55 million subscribers. And even, again, number 11 on Trending for Gaming, we're creeping up close to 400,000 views. He acknowledges that he has a bunch of paid supporters on Patreon and YouTube and Discord. The fucking loneliness. Yeah, okay, dude. Liam Bell. The loneliness. Thank you for the super chat. But like, what do you mean?
Behind the scenes that impacted my decision to leave and not join their hearing, apart from the police advising me not to leave and not join. There are a lot more things behind the scenes that impacted my decision to leave and not join their hearing, apart from the police advising me not to. I've yet to decide what to share about Hermitcraft and my 8 years as a member, but it feels good to no longer be told to keep quiet about certain things or be content moderated by them. I think everyone will understand by now that things weren't exactly as they were portrayed during my years on Hermitcraft. I mean, at the end of the day, colors were shown when they posted the tweet to spread the alleged rumors and when they didn't moderate their Reddit, which is something they have done for every other rumor spread about the Hermit in the past, even when rumors have been spread that have incriminated a Hermit. I know a lot of you are wondering what happens to Vault Hunters, and in the Discord I am aware that one of the developers has been calling shots and publicly trying to take over the project. He has done so without my approval. I am fully aware about the backtalking of me and the lies that have been spread. Vault Hunters, which I have invested several $100,000 into, is my project. I own the rights to it and its further development. It is licensed under ARR, which means that any continuation or use of code needs my approval. The developers have all received more than fair compensation for their time spent developing it. The person that seemingly now is in charge has received more money than most people. I gave him the entire earnings from the community from Season 2, and despite him ghosting me and the project for several months after he got paid, I defended him publicly. I took his side and I had his back, and then brought him back for development for season 3 and 4. After Hermitcraft helped spread these rumors and allegations.
Oh, so you're saying you think it's bad to leave people on red after you try to contact them over something important, huh?
Against me,
Interesting.
5 developers decided to write a document that, according to my solicitor, can almost be seen as extortion. The document was designed to take full ownership of Vault Hunters, its assets, and all of its funds that I raised.
Okay. Let's back up for a second here. Okay, so I know that not all of you watch my Minecraft videos, but I have, I'm heavily involved in Minecraft. I love Minecraft. This character that you see yapping away here comes from my Minecraft skin. My name comes from Minecraft. Like, I'm a Minecraft boy. I love my block game. And I have been involved with making, like, mostly on my own, but a couple years ago, I started to make some creations public. I made a mod pack and I put it on CurseForge. And I also recently made my own mod pack, once again, now on Modrinth, because CurseForge icky. We're not going to talk about that today, but maybe someday I will go into detail about why I don't support CurseForge and why I don't publish content on there anymore. It is generally agreed upon that, like, because you are making mods, because that your work is transformative, that it doesn't just belong to you, especially if there are other developers. If you hold code hostage, even if there's some legality protecting you from it, like, that's a big no-no in the Minecraft modding community. Like, you're not, you you don't do that. Like, you are approaching all of this from a legal point of view. Legality does not equal morality, and does not equal social norms. It is generally considered a very shitty thing to do, to emotionally cheat on your partner with dozens of other women, and when they don't give you what you want, you ghost them or you ice them out. And that's what the evidence shows. Yes, it happened in private, but this is like a repeated pattern, and it seemed that a lot of the people you were doing this from were in your community or in your fans. Even if it's a moderator, like, you say that you've been doing this for 10 years. Cass said that she'd been a moderator for a very long time. So, like, a lot of her friends and her social circle are going to be tied up in your community. You don't seem to understand the power that you hold over these people. Socially, like, you are the one that holds all the power. You are not this naive, vulnerable, like, silly little guy. You control a lot of these people's social circles. And now you're using your leverage of 1.5 million subs to push these people around. That's what you're doing. And I have no doubt in my mind that, like, Cass and everybody else involved has been getting a lot of pushback. And, like, as somebody that's in the modding community, as somebody that's working on my own mod, I find it despicable that you are throwing big financial, well, I owned it and it's my project and I have it under this copyright, so it's all legally mine. And people were paid and yada yada yada. Like, fuck off, dude. Just make a fork and let them have it. Minecraft modding community has done it before, and I can guarantee you they'll do it many, many times over again. And if you use your resources as a YouTuber with over 1 million subscribers to bully them into abiding by what you think is right and not by what the Minecraft community thinks is right, then, like, you're God, like, people are not going to be happy. Like, this is so, like, just apart from the whole, like sex pest shit with your fans, like, this is such an asshole thing to do, and nobody's gonna want to work with you if you do this. What I assume happened is he was working with developers, because Iskall doesn't code. Like, he doesn't, he says he makes games, but I'm pretty sure that he doesn't code. I could fact check that, I suppose. Let's do that. Vault Hunters is another mod pack developed by Iskall. Not hard to develop a mod pack. Yeah, Vault Hunters isn't its own mod. It's a mod pack. And I'm gonna go out on a wild, I'm gonna go out on a limb. It's its own website. Ooh, they do have a Curse Forge page. Let's do that. This is 3rd edition, currently in open alpha. Created November 25th, 2022. This is the current one. It's the one most up to date. Okay. Files. And again, patooey. I'm not a... Okay, no, this is, here we go. Relations. That's what we want. So these are all made by other people. So you could go... Oh, I have a Jukar. I have some of his mods in my pack. Anyway. Yeah, none of this is Iskall's content. Here is one. That's some original content. Let's go to the Iskall85 team. Projects. This is a pack. IS spawner. This is one of the mods. Shulker Plus, one of the mods. Vault Integrations, one of the mods. Auxiliary Blocks, one of the mods. This is Iskall Utilities. This is a pack. This is a pack. This is a pack. Yeah, most of these are packs and worlds. So they've made... Description. What does this do? Okay, it's like a quest thing. Lots of issues too. Interesting. Shulker Plus, storage made fun. Ah. This is a very light mod, just changes some appearances and stuff. So, it's not it's an overblown resource pack basically. It's just a library mod. It's nothing that impressive. So this was written by Jimothy, not by Iskall. Bunch of building blocks. So most of the stuff that was made by the team themselves. Yeah. But it doesn't seem that Iskall is writing a lot of it himself. So very interesting. Custom mob spawner. Includes the area where mobs are spawned in. The speed, the amount, the limits on spawning. Decent mod. This is probably one of the more interesting ones. The mod includes a self-touchable survival mod spawner, which can be filled with spawn eggs to temporarily spawn a configurable amount of mobs per spawn egg. This allows for something. Okay, interesting. Okay, not sure if I agree with that as a thing to use. Weird way to play Minecraft, but like, again, like all of this stuff is not by Iskall. So to act as if like, oh, this is my thing that like, you are depending on hundreds of other people to make this, and to then be like, no, it's mine. But anyway. Yeah, I am going to be looking at the bird app after this video.
Money that I invested over years into the project.
Don't you worry, Rock.
I even drove my company to a loss last year because I really wanted to continue to develop the game. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars here. Now, it needed my signature, and of course I did not comply, and I did not sign it. Even
hundreds of thousands of dollars on fucking what? Labor power? Because that's like the only thing. Like, labor power I could kind of get, but I'm not really sure where this other money is coming from. Like, you're paying somebody to code? Good, you should be paying your coders.
if it was sent to me in my weakest, darkest, most horrible...
Is someone even legally allowed to copyright a mod for Minecraft? Genuine, I thought you weren't even supposed to paywall them under Minecraft services. Yeah, you're not supposed to paywall them. However, when you make mods, it's a little bit complicated. Let me hide my little thingy for a second, and I will show you. I will show you Modrinth's backend, and I'll show you kind of how it works. I don't think I have any weird information here. I do not. No private information like my email. So this is Modrinth. I can create a project right here. A little project. Well, I don't really want to actually take create a new project. So let's just look at my profile. This is my mod pack. It's called Crimson Craft. Just like Iskall's pack, it's very much made possible by other people. It's only got 37 downloads, but you know, if you want to download it and give it a try, go for it. Here's the little landing page. Settings. Here we go. Delete project. License. Here we go. It's very important to choose a proper license for your mod pack. You may choose one from one of our lists or a custom license. You may also provide a custom URL of your chosen license. Otherwise, the license text will be displayed. See your licensing guide for information. Now, I made CC0 public domain equivalent because it's a mod. I don't think we should be weird about that. So, a bit complicated, but typically we use an MIT license. It's permissive, it's an easy to read license designed to be used for developers, which is why it's used extensively in the Minecraft open source community. Apache license 2.0 is also very good. Permissive license to use. The copyleft license gives to the other party specific rights, usually only given to the copyright owner, under the condition that those same rights are applied to all variations of that software. These are sometimes called viral or infectious license because of the requirement to pass those rights on to the derivatives. So, typically, when a copyleft license is wanted, GPL 3.0 or AGPL 3.0 would be used. However, these licenses are incompatible if linking into Minecraft due to an issue with the difference between proprietary and free software outlined by these licenses. So you can't copyright it under there because, it's not proprietary. Or it is proprietary, so you can't make Minecraft content and have that kind of license. But public domain dedication gives all rights to everyone who gets a copy of the software. This includes, but is not limited to, the ability to use, copy, modify, distribute, sell, or relicense the software. Software with a public domain dedication has no copyright holder. The third most common license on Modern is Creative Commons Zero, which is a public domain dedication with a strong international legal basis while still retaining trademark and patent rights. So, nobody can use my branding or the term Crimson Craft. That's my IP, but people can use the stuff found in here. They can make videos, they can make content, they can use the code, but they can't be like, hey, I'm going to sell Crimson Craft, it's, and then unlicensed is also an option. But yeah, it gets a little complicated when it's a mod. You can have certain copyrights, but not others. And I'm assuming that Iskall applied the correct kind of licensing. But anyway, back to the video.
Days. It breaks my heart even more to know that 5 developers that I have cared for, created jobs for, created careers for, have called friends, trusted fully, and even helped in their mental lows would sign such a document instead of at least giving me the benefit of a doubt. One of these developers said that he didn't put much weight on the allegations themselves, but since Hermitcraft got it spread so widely, he felt like my reputation was ruined, and he would like to take over in order to continue producing the game. That's an admirable thought, perhaps, but at the same time, he completely forgot about me. Now, I will not be naming the 5 developers out of respect and their right to privacy. But as of today, they are no longer representing Vault Hunters or being part of my team. I thank them for all the incredible work they have done over the years in the project, and I wish them the best of luck. I am going to do my best to continue to develop Vault Hunters, to finish the plan we had for the game. Now, this is going to be very, very tough. I know that other streamers have also tried to throw me under the bus and cancel me and the community we built. But here's the thing. Vault Hunters brought joy to so many people, including myself, and that is where my focus needs to be. There's enough trouble and darkness in the world as it is, and I
don't look over there, you guys. Don't look at the allegations. Look at this game. You guys like my game, right? You guys like my game,
want to bring
right?
light where I can. Here's the thing, guys. I am in charge of my own life, despite what they might tell you or make me look like. This cancel culture of guilty until proven innocent gives too much power to the wrong people.
You were given a chance to tell your side of the story. You refused. I don't understand how that's so confusing. Your friends were like, hey, what the fuck is this? Please explain yourself. And you said, nope, I'm quitting. That's just saying, nope, I'm not going to engage with you. That's not... Okay.
It happens to people daily. And pitchforks are easy to equip. Very easy to equip.
You keep saying
it's not
that.
A world I want to be part of. Because behind every cancellation, there's a human that gets hit. And man, does it hurt. The goal here was clearly to delete me from the internet, to make sure to do as much damage as possible to my person, to break me mentally, and to break every single window and burn every single bridge for me.
God. Okay. So, here, this is going to come up later too. Here's the thing. Having an audience, being a YouTuber, getting paid for having a public presence, not many people get that. Small as I am, on this platform, I'm very grateful for the support I've gotten. And I know that this is not an opportunity that everybody gets. This is a privilege. And if you abuse this privilege, it should be taken away. You can go on and live the rest of your life and, I don't know, get a coding job, get a video editing job, because I think you edit your own videos. I'm not sure though. Like, you have marketable skills that you can take out of this and put out into the world. You just won't have an adoring public. You won't have that 1.5 million people supporting you anymore. And you know what? Neither do most of the other, what are we at? 8 billion people in the world. Most people don't get that. We are not owed that. That is a privilege that you were given, that you abused, and it should be taken away. And this isn't some child. This isn't somebody, like, he says he's been doing it his whole life. I'll remind you, he's 39 years old. He started in 2006. He was an adult by the time that he started being successful on YouTube. It's not the only thing that he's ever done. He used to have a job outside of this. He used to travel for work. So supposedly he had a pretty good paying job. Like, it's not like this is the only thing he's ever done his whole life. He just doesn't want to let go of his adoring public. Like, you having to go back and have a real big boy job is not you, like, it's not violence. You fucked up and you are experiencing the consequences for that fuck up. You don't get to have this privilege anymore, or you shouldn't. I'm sure you will. I'm sure that you have your own supporters. I've seen them in the comments of other people's videos. I noticed that, like, apparently you're deleting all the negative comments. Stress monster. Oh, stress. No. I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of people that think that they are owed an audience and public adoration. This is not the same as somebody, like, not being able to live in their community. This is the internet. You are a public figure. You fucked up. You don't get to be a public figure anymore. End of.
It's an evil, inconsiderate course of action designed solely to harm, and I will never lower myself to that level. Whatever will be, will be. I will wait patiently for the police to do their thing and to finish the investigation that I asked them to start. And it's time for me to move on. I have entertained people for years. Never before have I burdened you with my troubles or private life. I am sorry that I had to do it today. So, here we go. A burnt down world, a fractured mental health situation, and no bridges to walk on. Luckily, I am quite decent at building bridges, wooden ones with spruce logs, oak planks, and some trapdoors, or stone ones, which I much prefer. Thank you to all who have stood by me in this. A big,
All right, that's enough.
special thank you to all my patrons who are still supporting me.
Again, he's fine. Thousands of dollars. Feels like he thinks it's not a big deal because what he did was not illegal, when this isn't a legal issue, it's a morality issue. Exactly. Like, legality is not the same as morality. Sure, you didn't break any laws, but you treated people like shit and you used them. You used people that were your fans, that that were involved in your social circle, that were in a position that if they were called out, they were in a position where they'd probably lose all of the friends they had. If they said anything to you, if they confronted you. I don't want to support someone that cheats on their significant other. It's as simple as that. Yeah. I mean, I have complicated views on cheating. I don't understand it because I don't understand the jealousy. Because, you know, I'm autistic and ace. But I understand it hurts people. But I think that's between Iskall and his partner. That one's a hard one. Yeah, louder for the people in the back. Legal does not equal morally correct. All right, let's go to the bird site, shall we? So, I'm just going to scroll through Cassie's stuff. So, Wells Knight is a hermit crafter. Oh, Wells Knight, that's stinky. Okay, so this isn't... That was just his only post regarding this. Ooh, Scar. Quinn is the sibling of Joe Hills, another of the Hermitcraft members. I think that's Joe there. I'm not sure, though. Okay. Not gonna watch the video, give him a chance to tell his story. Iskall blew his chance and violated the trust of his entire community when he chose to inflict pain on others. Why he chose to do that again and again and again, that's the only story I need to hear. Okay. Yep, he made no attempt to disprove any of the allegations thrown at him. He blamed the hermits for the defamation, despite them doing everything to stop rumors. It's genuinely just 11 minutes of him straight playing the victim. I would say that that's a good assessment of it. Yeah, like, Iskall's apology is horrible. It's not cancel culture. You got caught. It's not people jumping to pitchforks. There was a whole Google Doc with evidence, you know. Yeah, it feels like a lot of times... It feels like a lot of times it's like they're not sorry, they just sorry they got caught. But anyway. What's this?
You go to jail! You guys are naming people that are like sex offenders and out there racist and fucking like fucking people that promote harm and shit. Yo! That's not canceled! That's the law! That's the fucking law! When you do a crime, you go to jail! You're not...
Alright. Anyway. Crazy. Okay. Hi, Anthony. We're looking at slop. Okay. Let's look at... Has any of the hermits said anything? Hello, Gran. He is not active. Mumbo Jumbo, let's go. He is having a beautiful time in freaking Puerto Rico with his girlfriend. Understandable. And Scar's posting about his cat. Ren the dog. Okay. Alright, he's also being pretty quiet. Is Zuma saying anything? No. I'm curious if any of the hermits are saying anything. Hold on. No more? There we go. Tango, false, impulse, Doc. I wonder if he has anything to say. Stop it. ZF. I know Wells Knight said something vague, but Pearl, XB, Jevin, Hermitcraft official. Who are these people in my suggested? All right. Okay, hasn't said anything. Hasn't, I don't think has said anything either. Impulse. It's funny how all living organisms are like when the chips are down, when the pressure is on. Oh. Every creature on the face of the earth is interested in one thing and one thing only, its own survival. That's a very interesting thing to say today of all days. Doc is not active. Corrales has not said anything. Cub has not said anything about this. And neither has ZF. Okay, Wells Knight has said things. Had a close friend like this back in my teens and early 20s. Kind of out of my life completely when I moved to Tennessee about 10 years ago. Life is definitely better off without him. So, yeah, it looks like most of them aren't saying anything. And yeah. Those that have are being very vague, as far as I can tell. So. And I understand that there's like some legal issues now because he's contacted the cops. So especially for the people that are in the UK, that's like extra concerning. Hello, Anthony. Anyway. So, but yeah, he's been involved since since Hermitcraft season 4. So he's been involved for 6 seasons. And actually I think that he skipped out on a season or 2. But anyway, Closing the Iskall stuff. Oh, wait, hold on a second. This was the lawyer stuff.
My channel gets bombarded by his...
Oh, hold on.
Hey guys, as my channel gets bombarded by his fan base...
This is an 8-minute video.
I am going to go ahead and just tell you how it is. This dude is a creep. Did I say he was a criminal creep? No. Did I say that what he was doing was illegal? No. I specifically said that it's not criminal, and in a civil court, anyone can sue anyone for anything. I can sue you for defamation in the comment section today. Doesn't mean I will win, but good luck paying the $250,000 bill defending yourself, right? Now, when we talk about this guy, and I mispronounce his name, yeah, I'm just not going to even mention his name now, because I don't know how to pronounce it, nor do I care to learn. People go, oh, you're a bad lawyer. You're a bad lawyer.
So this is
let me, as a bad lawyer, tell you something about how the criminal...
Okay.
If something is criminal, the police will investigate. If something is civil, non-criminal, as the homie says, they will not spend their resources and time to investigate. Unless Sweden, the country he lives in, has police where they have literally nothing to do but investigate this. Again, according to him, he called the police to investigate himself, and the police is the one that is telling him not to go to the hermit crafts or the whatever it is, right? He has a lot of excuses, but little...
To be specific, it was the solicitor, or as we know them in the States, a lawyer, that told him not to talk to his friends in a private conversation, which, again, I don't really understand that.
Explanation as to the allegations. The allegations made, he doesn't have an explanation to. He just wants you to feel bad for him, and a lot of his subscribers will. I don't. The reason I don't is a lot of things that he said is frankly incorrect. Now again, he lives in Sweden, I live in America. In America, there are a lot of shit happening that the police need to get involved in.
This lawyer is too internet reviewer pilled, and I don't think I can elaborate.
The last thing they need to get involved in, according to himself, is a non-criminal
You don't have to drag him like
matter,
that.
right? There are no civil allegations. He's not being sued. There are no criminal allegations. So why?
Okay. So it gets a little touchy in the UK because of their libel and defamation laws are so much more strict than they are in the US and even in Canada.
Why is the police, quote, investigating? Mr. Beast. Take Mr. Beast. When he was accused, or Tyson Chandler, the dude, Ava Tyson, was a...
No! All right. You get major points knocked off for misgendering Ava Tyson.
Accused. That was a private investigation Mr. Beast paid for. He didn't get the police involved because the police were not going to get involved because it's not criminal. So here you have a very, very weird thing. It is so weird. Why is the police involved for this long on a non-criminal matter? Right? I mean, it's ridiculous, right? To waste the police's time on a non-criminal matter. So let's just read some comments on Reddit. I know people get so offended by me just reading comments, but here we are. The man responded, and the first thing he does is lie about not having an income. He is a monetized YouTube channel.
I noticed that too,
has
dude.
Income despite the allegations. The only thing massively impacted was his ability to make money off of Hermitcraft. And he goes after Hermitcraft really, really hard.
Again, a reminder, he has not made a Hermitcraft video since the beginning of the summer, so he hasn't even been participating in Hermitcraft. I think there's been talks about him leaving because he's been so inactive, and this has been the case for multiple seasons. So, like, I don't know, dude. Like, he wasn't even really doing stuff with the Hermits anyway.
I'm tempted to go on live stream, but I throw this out to him. I want to talk to your lawyer. I know you're not going to talk to me. I want to talk to your lawyer. Also, he's basically...
I don't know if you checked the Iskall comments, but Stress Monster, yeah, I saw Stress Monster supporting him.
accusing
I mean,
the
she left when he did, and they were saying that it's not because of what Iskall was doing, but it looks like she left in solidarity with Iskall.
Hermitcraft guys of getting it wrong, jumping the gun. Laugh out loud. Brother dropped off the earth for multiple seasons of Hermitcraft, but is now hurting for money now that he voluntarily resigned. Give me a break. Yeah, give me a break. He doesn't admit a single mistake, not even one. I was kind of on the fence about this one. He didn't commit a crime. No minors were involved. He was just creepy and dishonest and manipulative and toxic. He's not evil, is he? Well, all the allegations are within his private life. The police are investigating, allegedly. The Hermits treated him unfairly. Vault Hunters is his and his alone. We'll get to Vault Hunters. He got canceled, passive tense. Bro, if you can't even admit you did something wrong, just say anything. I'm off the fence, mate. He is toxic. Benefit of the doubt gone after 2 months of waiting for a reaction. The police are investigating, allegedly. I'm happy to believe this considering he's the one who dropped this clanger. Most everyone who read the document took away, oh, he's creepy. He's a creep. I don't want him near the server, and the Hermits made the right call. He might not be a criminal, but he's not deserving of the public persona on a server centered around family friendliness. But in his mighty defense, he says, actually, it was bad enough for the police to get involved, and that's why I said nothing. Stellar mate, proper cleared your name there, pal. Apparently, defamation is an actual crime in Sweden, which is honestly kind of wild, not going to lie.
He doesn't live in Sweden right now, I think. But yeah, in like some of the European countries, it like defamation and litigation and like it gets touchy. Let's go. Hermitcraft Reddit. Here we go. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So there's a transcript available. Perfect. So yeah. Like most cases, we how do I say this? I don't think YouTubers should run their own Reddits, and it doesn't look like the Hermitcraft Reddit is either. This is a fan community. So the fact that Iskall was criticizing the Hermits for not moderating their Reddit is very dishonest. They do not moderate the Reddit. They do not control what goes on here. And acting like they do is, yeah, just very dishonest. And I don't agree with it. Created solely by us non-hermit moderators, which included directing all discussion. It's not considered official and is not officially affiliated with the Hermitcraft group. Exizuma may be the top. Oh, he is the moderator, but he has no impact on the moderation of this subreddit. I think of maybe the Hermitcraft group, and the Hermits have chosen to stay hands-off. We did not receive advance notice of anything happening. Once again, we will be refiltering all new comments, sensitive nature. Furthermore, we will not be allowing any speculation or questions that may lead to Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Feels so bad. The idea that, yeah, people saying that her resignation was unrelated, full of shit, but, like, it was obviously not the case, but yeah, that's terrible. She said in the past that Iskall's her best friend. I gathered, he's been blacklisted. She didn't want to play without him there. Yeah. Stress shares Iskall's sentiments of this being akin to a witch hunt, and that's why she left Hermitcraft alongside him. Yeah. That's basically what I'm seeing. It was made to protect her from speculation as being part of the drama. In this case, I assume she did nothing wrong besides supporting the wrong person. I'd like to add that Stress has the right to have that opinion. I believe you can have any opinion you want. Okay, so nobody said it was unrelated. False released a statement claiming that Stress left of her own accord, which I incorrectly interpreted at that time. Yeah, but it was kind of like... Yeah, I think that was being passed around, though. Cleo's post on Blue Sky, never argue with someone who believes their own lies, means the hermits won't even respond to any basic accusations. Yeah. We got info, asked him about it, he decided to resign. Stress too, but not linked to the info we got. That's all they needed to do. Yes, this looks perfect. The members of Hermitcraft heard something... Stop. Unhighlight, please. One second. Give me a second. I should probably... I want to expand this out a little bit more. There we go. And there we go. Okay. That's a little better. Where's that person? The members of Hermitcraft heard something that didn't align with their values as a group and asked him to please come and answer questions. In response, Iskall resigned on his own. He claims that Hermitcraft painted him as a villain, but they only made a small handful of quiet statements so that their viewers would understand the general situation. They handled the situation with class and dignity. The fact that Iskall is painting the hermits as if they threw him under the bus when it was his own silence and screenshots directly from the victims that did most of the work is nonsense. It's the exact opposite of the dignified position the hermits took, which was mostly to silently distance themselves. Iskall is actively trying to hurt the other hermits by throwing them under the bus. Unless something statically changed since the last time I checked, it was pretty clear that what he was doing probably wasn't illegal, but being a cheating sex pest, while perfectly legal, didn't match the hermit's family-friendly vibes. Now, should Iskall have been harassed or received death threats? No. Cheating is trashy behavior, but it doesn't call for violence. But Iskall is clearly trying to subtly get the hermit's revenge canceled far more publicly than he himself was. I think it's pretty rich for him to make vaguely ominous statements against them as if they're hiding secrets behind closed doors, then immediately follow it up with a vent about cancel culture. I noticed that not once did he actually apologize, though. He clearly thinks that he's done nothing wrong at all, as if cheating on partners is okay just because it's not illegal. A lot of whining about cancel culture, zero accountability, which doesn't surprise me. I guess maybe I hoped for the better, but I didn't expect it. Yeah. Yeah. Nobody should be getting harassed or getting death threats, but again, like, wanting to distance yourself from someone like this who has a reputation for being, like, a fucking sex pest is, like, comparing it to the Salem witch trials is not the outcome I wanted for a situation here. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, this is a good one. There's a lot you could get in trouble with HR at a regular job that is technically not illegal. Yeah. I think that's hitting the nail on the head there. Like, if somebody found out that you, okay, so let's kind of like put this in a real big boy job. You work at a big boy company. You're very successful. And you have a few clients, and it's found out that you have been flirting and sexting with your clients. And also that you're kind of emotionally cheating and cheating and like cyber cheating on your partner. I think in that case, that person would probably get fired. So like, yeah, like this is not something that is considered acceptable in the real world. You can't shit where you eat, period. The title and attitude Iskall had in the video feels very alt-right to me too. I'm not saying he is alt-right. I don't know him, and I also agree cancel culture doesn't work, but the way that it's worded, yeah. No one accused Iskall of breaking the law. He's accused of using his power imbalance in his personal Discord to develop romantic relationships with multiple people at once and then being emotionally abusive and neglectful, from what I could observe. He continues to be emotionally manipulative by saying he has no income while all the videos in his channel are still monetized and he's making over $1,000 a month from Patreon, plus continuing YouTube monetization. That means he is straight up lying to get more sympathy money from his fans. The group came to a mutual decision that they didn't want to be associated with that. He isn't canceled. He barely had any posting from Hermitcraft for 2 or 3 years, focusing on Vault Hunters. He made most of his money from Vault Hunters, which he can continue. He wasn't canceled. He's living with the results of his own actions, and how can he be canceled when his comment section is full of people like you continuing to support him? He isn't banned from anywhere. He was kicked out of a collaborative group for not being a good representation of the community. Yep. Yeah, he didn't even try to apologize. He didn't even say, sorry I made people feel uncomfortable. Sorry I've disappointed you. Like, no, it's my private life and I could treat people however I want to. And if you out me, if you say that I'm saying things to you that make you uncomfortable, you're violating my privacy. It's not how it works, my friend. Iskall equating him cheating on his partner by sexing his employees to real women who were drowned and burned is really gross as well. Yeah. Agreed. Okay. I think we've just about finished covering Iskall. I think we can close the bill on that one. Okay. It'd be funny if the hermits all tore down his builds on the server and covered up his area. I think his area is just being left alone. He only made a few episodes anyway, but they're just kind of like leaving it there and they're ignoring it. And I think editing around it in videos. All right, on to the next topic of the night. Now, I said I didn't really want to make more content, and I don't want to, but I feel like I need to address Patricia again. And I've put a lot of thought into this. And you can consider this my final thoughts. And I am going to talk about what the what the final straw was for me that made me stop supporting Patricia Taxxon as a creator. I was a fan of Patricia's for a few years. I didn't watch all of her stuff, but, you know, I thought she made pretty decent video essays. I've mentioned this before on the original stream that I did. And I've had a couple of interactions with her about, like, her weird stuff towards trans guys, but that wasn't a deal breaker for me. I was like, you know what? People have their opinions. I'm a big boy. It doesn't really hurt me that badly. And it wasn't until a friend of mine, showed me some additional evidence that I changed my mind. Now, the reason that I'm talking about her again, I thought I almost lost connection. Anyway, so a lot of the people that have been defending Patricia have been people like this. So, discoursey post ahead, if you're rightfully tired of that shit. To be absolutely clear, I'm looking forward to that freaking toaster bath later. This is hard to read. It's making me very uncomfortable, but to be absolutely clear, I don't give a fuck if someone I know is an actual pedo, says this person. And I don't believe that gives any of you or snitch ass dorks the right to hurt them or call the fucking FBI on them. Some of my best friends are attracted to kids. After I graduated school, my favorite teacher later told me that they were attracted to kids. I have met such wonderful, kind, and gentle people who are attracted to all sorts of things that would make you gag and squirm. This is not a post from Patricia. No. This is not a post from Patricia. This is a post from a Patricia defender. And it is why I feel that this still needs to be addressed. That this is what our coverage was not good enough. This is not Patricia. No. This is one of her supporters. The only thing that turns me against you is if you've actually abused someone. And guess what? It's still not a deal breaker for me. If you have genuine remorse about it and try to live your life so you never do that again. Now, I have feelings about this. Let's take cyanide together. Yeah. Maybe the rest of you should figure out what it fucking means when you put ACAB in your bio. So, these are the kinds of defenses that have been filling the discourse. And it is an overwhelming amount of the discussion are people like this. And no one is speaking up for the people that are getting hurt. This is a problem. That this is where we're at. That we think this is a good thing to say, something we proudly say with our whole full chest on our main blog. You know, my feelings about the law, and like, you know, I'm an ACAB person too. I have feelings about the criminal justice system. I think we should have a system that is more reparative than it is punitive. Yeah. Thank you for the super chat, Adrian. Sending good vibes because this shit is crazy. As a victim, I am fuming. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. This is a crazy thing to read with my own eyes, and I've read some crazy things in this whole situation. There's a clip that's kind of become an anthem for me this year. I can't send it because I think it has a song that I think would get copyright claimed playing in the background, but oh my god. I would like to jump into a basin, a water tower perhaps, just filled with very strong alcohol and drown in it. Like, this is a lot. So, I don't think I would ever feel safe around the maker of this post. Would you? Yeah, would you leave your kids around this person? Because I fucking wouldn't. Alright. So. This is Sheev's blog. Sheev has been on my, Sheev has been on my, in my Discord community. He was on the stream where we talked about Patricia. He's been on streams before. To be clear and frank and honest, yeah, we did meet, because we were both covering Lily. Sheev doing more stuff like on forums and on internet sites like Tumblr and, well, not Tumblr, but like other like forumy like spaces on the internet that weren't YouTube, like Twitter, I'm sure. Like, just kind of been all over the place documenting things, and yeah. So very different world than the one that we're coming from, but knows a lot of things about a lot of stuff. And when I had that interaction with Patricia, where I censored her name, I said, hey, not gonna name any names, but I don't think it's okay to say things like this about trans people. I like this person otherwise, though, so I'll give her the benefit of the doubt and assume it's, just coming from a place of being hurt, like, it's fine, I'll be fine. And then Sheev showed me the evidence that is now detailed in this post. Okay. Yeah. So, cub porn, which we also will not look at today. I have seen it, though. You can find the cub porn that Patricia had commissioned and posted about, lied about it being cub porn, and then referred to the character as a child later. So, but whenever you criticize her, she suicide baits. Admits to posting pictures of her cuts. Suicide baiting. And then here's somebody who's like, hey, remember how Patricia Taxxon would post her nudes at all hours of the day and night on her public Twitter where plenty of minors followed her and expected people to comment in 4 p.m. Twitter nudes? Maybe have some boundaries. This was in 2021, so that's 4 years ago. Still not okay. I think she was about 19, 20 around then. Remember when Patricia Taxxon character just posted cock and balls with no warning? And this is stuff that I shared with Sheev. This post is what clued Patricia in that we had, that Jules had leaked her private, Jules was my source, used to be a close friend of Patricia's, got increasingly more uncomfortable with her behavior, but it wasn't until they started saying some pretty heinous shit about trans men that, and again, it's weird when somebody kind of has you enthralled, what snaps you out of it. Again, like, I've been in high control groups when I was a Christian and evangelical. It wasn't all the accusations against the church that snapped me out of it. It was the demand to be baptized in public. And then I realized that, like, hey, maybe there's something to all these allegations. If they're lying about this, what else are they lying about? What else are they doing? How else are they pressuring people? So, like, once it becomes personal, like, hey, I'm a trans man and you're saying this really shitty thing about trans people, even though people you care about are trans men. That's a really messed up thing to do. What other ways have you been hurtful? You know? It's important to keep that in mind and not hold it against Jules for not realizing sooner how harmful Patricia was. Anyway, so this posted on her private Twitter, which we talked about on stream. I'm so slick for writing a statement that looks like a profuse apology to the people who hate me and a thorough refutation to the people who like me. Admitting to being manipulative and being proud of herself for being manipulative. So this is why you can't take any of her apologies seriously, because she admits to her small circle of friends that she's being manipulative intentionally. And, you know, this was, you were involved with Lily, like, because me and Sai had covered Lily Orchard before, apparently that takes, you know. Okay. The next part is where things get a little serious, and we're going to start to get into information I didn't reveal on stream. But yeah, me and Sai were written off because we covered Lily before, Lily allegations. I don't want to talk about her anymore. I think that the public knows what a problem she is. I am not interested in profiting off of that crap. Like, we know that Lily Orchard sucks. I'm more concerned about the people like this that are supporting Patricia right now. And her community is full of people like this. And this is bad. So, I have been humming and hawing about talking about this person that we're about to talk about for over a month, probably 2 months now. I think it is. I think it's been about 2 months since I started talking about Patricia. Well, maybe a month and a half. So, we implied on the stream that there was some improper contact with minors. One came forward. And I do not do this lightly. And I have very complicated feelings about sharing this. This is someone who got seriously hurt. And I was also considering, I meant to not actually share their name, but it's part of this post, so. We're going to look at the posts. I did not get permission from her. I did not, and I'll admit that, and I have complicated feelings about that. I'm going to do my best to be careful about what I'm sharing here, but it's been 3 weeks. It's only been 3 weeks. Yeah, but like I had like an interaction. The interaction I had with her was before the stream. It's been a while. I'm going to hide this for a second. And because this is not unknown. This is not somebody whose information or involvement is private and secret. She's spoken about this many times, continues to speak about it, has been dancing around whether she wants to be involved or not. I will not show you where to find this video, but I will play the audio of this video. So that you can hear the account, and then we will look at some of the posts. Okay? So this is the person that... This was the video that made me change my mind about Patricia. Okay.
Hi. Please don't make fun of me for how my chair looks. I know, this is a serious video. Please don't make fun of me. In 2018, when I was decidedly a minor, musician, and YouTube content creator...
Okay. When I posted it, she wanted eyes on it, then she changed her mind, so we've been stuck in a limbo of do we talk about it or do we not? Yeah. So I'm not going to show this person's face because this is a video in which her face is shown. I believe at this point it is unlisted. Let me double check. Yes, the video is unlisted.
Patricia Taxxon sexually harassed me and multiple other people on her personal Discord server. Things she did included sending pornography to minors, posting news in places she knew minors were on with multiple other unwilling people seeing with zero context beforehand, masturbating on voice call with multiple unknowing people, including myself on, and generally creating a very unsavory and uncomfortable place where people she knew were underage, me being 13 at the time. I had told her my age around when I joined, and she still continued to do things like this. I have multiple pieces of evidence and other people who were in the server at the time who can verify my claims. I've already made a Twitter thread documenting this with hundreds of retweets that Patricia responded to. Her apology, by the way, was incredibly half-baked, saying she would like to improve and take accountability for her actions, and then immediately blocking me and sweeping all the accusations I made under the rug, continuing to make sub-tweets where she victim blames us and restricting after a friend of mine kindly requested her to remove a song from one of her albums that had me on it. So, before you pulled the "she apologized" card, did she really? Because I feel like if she actually cared, she wouldn't say that I was the one hurting her.
Oh, that was my fault. I was speaking. My bad. And I forgot I muted. So, apologies for not for seemingly going silent for a second. I paused it so that I could say something. I want you to keep this tweet in mind while we're talking about this. Did I put it in the wrong? There we go. I beg of you, do not forget about this tweet. While we continue to watch this video or listen to this video.
I'm gonna read some parts of a really cool Tumblr post she made. I think it's a perfect example of the stories that she likes to tell. I don't know how to feel safe and happy in this situation anymore. I can't deal with the existential terror of seeing lies and badly stretched truths about me spread around online and feeling legitimately like I could lose what I have because of it. I thought the panic would hurt me less, but it's been over a year. My suicidal ideation has gotten about as bad as it was in 2019 before I started transitioning. I don't know how much longer I can go. I've been waiting for the day that I'll get a skin for it. Just be able to accept that I'm a big figure and people will just lie about me or spread false reports without thinking about it, but it keeps cutting deeper. I'm sick of reliving the period where I was being groomed by a portion of my audience who were older than me, represented the first positive attention I'd ever received from strangers, and all thought it was hilarious when my freshly 18-year-old self posted sexual content of myself online. And my behavior as a result of this is grossly stretched into a complete fiction and repeatedly used as proof that I'm a secret predator. I'm sick of feeling like all my friends and colleagues who have had the light spread to them are just temporary and could leave at any time for reasons out of my control. Patricia, this is victim blaming. You're doing a victim blaming. This is what this is.
Now, I find some interesting similarities in the way that Patricia talks with the way our last person talked, Iskall. And how do I say this politely? How do I say this kindly? The amount of entitlement that comes from certain public figures, I tend to notice a pattern. This is some fucking white people shit. Like, that's the only explanation here. Like, the entitlement to fame is crazy to me. Patricia is not hurting for money. She lives in a nice house in a beautiful neighborhood. If not kindly, why not just say it bluntly? Yeah, I'm trying to. But it's like, if now Patricia compares her experiences to black people all the time, which is another interesting white person shit to do. But I'm telling you, if a black man pulled this shit, if a black woman pulled this shit, would not have nearly as many people defending them as defend people like Iskall and people like Patricia. Getting tilted over people making videos that have like less than like 5,000 like subscribers, and then being like, these people are abusing me, when they're like a spec to you and like are just trying to draw attention to the way that you hurt them or you hurt others. I don't know. Like, I could never imagine like how this would go down if this whole, like, even Iskall did it. Even Iskall did it, where he's like, I'm just an innocent, generous, naive sports ball lover. It's this ability to paint yourself as naive and innocent and fragile whenever somebody tells you, hey, you hurt me, or hey, you hurt someone. That is white privilege. And it is very frustrating to watch this go down. And then for Patricia to compare her experiences to Black people while using and taking advantage of white fragility. It's very frustrating. But anyway.
I viscerally remember the server's response to the time when you posted your nudes on Twitter without warning anyone, where it's basically all, ugh, and Patricia, I love you, but Jesus fucking Christ. I joined a separate Discord server of people from there that was made because they were uncomfortable with the energy you were creating. I'm sorry, but eventually you have to take accountability for your other actions and stop blaming it on other people. This was not our fault. You definitely can't fucking blame it on autism, because I don't think it's a common fucking thing for autistic people to jack off in voice chats and tell people about it. Just say and admit that you fucked up. Because I know, and I remember, and I have people verified, that everybody in the server was uncomfortable with what you were doing. You're fucking blaming us for a situation that you caused. Jesus fucking Christ. Anyways, I mostly mention this for context, since I really don't want this to feel like a drama video. What I care more about is the response to my accusation, particularly with the context of the content that Patricia created. Because at her core, Patricia's videos could be considered as bread tube content, or at least in the vein of it. Now that phrase is finicky and kind of stupid. It generally means content creators that mostly create videos about leftist ideology, sometimes in the context of pieces of media and sometimes just on their own. This does cast a very wide net, and some people who are considered bread tube barely ever talk about communism or whatever and just have friends who do. And the term is a little bit dead, but this classification for this circle is very important to what I want to talk about here, which you might already be kind of able to catch on to. This uptick in leftist content on YouTube overlapped with the Me Too movement, where victims of sexual abuse called out the people who abuse them in order to deplatform them and stop them from continuing to use their platform for bad causes. These two ideologies fit hand in hand, as most breadtube people were feminists and wanted more rights for women to speak up against rapists and abusers. Many people who were close friends with Patricia Taxxon supported movements like this, oftentimes with the catchphrase of believing victims or believing women. So, how did they react? Let me read my conversations with popular YouTuber and friend of Patricia's, John Measley, as I made the thread calling her out, which was inspired by me hearing her sing at the end of their video on Caramel Dancin'. I repeat, I made this thread inspired by me watching their content. I was a very big fan of theirs, and seeing her pop up regularly made me very uncomfortable. Her newest video's ending song inspired me to finally make this thread, especially looking into her content. I think she's making just as sexually charged content than she was before. Even if it was all for jokes, even if she's better now, there's no fucking excuse to send pornography to someone you know is a minor, especially not without an open apology. I feel like I had to get it to you because I support this whole thread. Apologies for the annoyance. I don't know why you're telling me this. Your recent collaborations with Patricia inspired me to make a thread about all the really disgusting shit she did to me and other minors in her server. I understand if you don't really care because she doesn't have anything to do with you, but I feel like you should know. I'm sorry. This was years ago, right? 2018. She also would have been a minor at the time. Nope, 18. She knew all of us were way underage. Anyways, I at the time was 13. Hell, even if she was a minor, masturbating in a voice call with other people without consent is still weird as hell. I mean, yeah, it's weird and inappropriate, but it was years ago. I don't mean to invalidate your experience. Obviously, it's messed up. It goes on like this. Most of them
Sorry, I forgot to unmute my mic again. Again, the reason that I'm like, Jan is still defending Patricia to this day. Sorry about that. Jan is still friends and defends Patricia to this day. Don't go for her or anything, or them. I actually don't remember what their gender was. And between other public figures that are defending her are staying silent, or people like this, they're not all the same people, but this is messy because these are the only people publicly talking about it, are people like this. And it's unacceptable. Anyway, back to the content. I'm not even going to mute my mic anymore just in case I
making excuses
Yeah,
and wondering why
just
I
in
was
case I
telling
forget.
them this out of all people. It's almost like they were working with somebody who has sexually harassed me, and that made me uncomfortable as a fan of theirs. I don't know. I think that's reasonable.
I think
After
it's
this, they
reasonable
continue
too.
to work with Patricia and regularly advertise her content. Despite not trying to invalidate my experience, it really seemed like they didn't care. Perhaps worse than Jan Measley was other popular YouTuber in front of Patricia's CJVX's response. They didn't say anything outright, but they liked some posts in response to my call-out that I think are really telling. Was she not also a minor at the time? Seems like you're bringing this up now to imply grooming where there isn't any, and it feels like it's in extremely bad faith. I explained that at the time she was 18, and even if not, there would be a massive power imbalance anyways, and it's still insanely creepy to do at any age. And again, I never said she was grooming me. I've specifically kept to the term.
Okay. Now, oh my God. Listen, teenagers, they get freaky with each other. 18-year-olds and 17-year-olds, 17-year-olds and 16-year-olds, sometimes 16-year-olds and 18-year-olds, and like that's starting to get a little bit dicey. There is no excuse when someone is 13. That is not a teenager. That is not someone who resembles an adult, even in the slightest. Those are children. That's a child. Chan was on Sarah Z's charity stream. And CJ the X as well. Okay, so from what I know, and I haven't confirmed with any of them directly, but I do have contacts some contacts through to BreadTube or whatever you want to call it. So like people know. These people are aware of the stream that I made. They are aware of the allegations, they are aware of this person. And they are continuing to choosing not to say anything. Yeah. 13 is baby. No Romeo and Juliet here. No, this is not a Romeo and Juliet situation. You do not. Absolutely not. They're not even in the same developmental stage. So, anyway, let's continue.
Sexual assault or sexual harassment, because that is legally what she did, but she was not a pedophile. I want to reiterate that.
For some of these claims, for some of these, like, benefit of the doubts that this person is giving, I don't necessarily agree.
Not really. You're both underage at that point. It's implying some kind of power dynamic because one person is running a Discord server while the other happens to be a member is ridiculous on his face. Log off. Alrighty. Really fucked up. Like, she was a popular YouTuber, and at the time, one of my favorite musicians. She was one of my idols. Like, obviously, there's a power imbalance here. Gonna be real with you, I was as a kid, so hearing you attempt to frame horny online behavior amongst legal minors, again, she was not a minor, hits a raw nerve with me. You're attended to trauma, but your framing of this event is very obviously biased towards an attempt to posit Pat as a predator. I don't know your story. This feels incredibly weird to hear horny furry DMs from an artist I admire being put on the same level as sexual harassment.
To be clear, it is sexual harassment, legally speaking. If you are cybersexing someone unconsensually, or if you are sending nudes to someone unconsensually, or otherwise known as e-flashing, or posting them in public to surprise people with, you are e-flashing people, and it is considered sexual harassment. So.
It can be weird and uncomfortable without necessitating a transparent effort to publicly crucify a queer artist. Some posts by a different person. What precisely do you want her to do? Apologize harder? Delete her stuff? Turn herself in somewhere? Pay you? What's the solution to this? You brought it up. She apologized. There's no reason in good faith to doubt the authenticity of that apology. What else in there?
Giving some grace she may not deserve, but if they are going off their own experiences to inform these claims, I think it makes sense. Yeah. Especially when you're young, you don't really think of yourself as a kid. Now, I've said this before, that I work with kids, and I actually worked in an environment where there were kids as young as 11 and as old as 17, 18. We kept them separated in terms of their rooms. Like, this was a summer camp, right? And there was different levels, like 5 levels. Some people got in a little bit early, some people got in a little bit late, so it ended up being like a pretty wide age range of 11 to 17. There might have been an 18-year-old or two, but I don't think so. And I have encountered situations where a level 5, aka somebody that's 17, almost 18, or perhaps just turned 17, had some interactions with a younger camper, and it was a big fucking deal. So even if she was a minor at this point, even if she was 17, that's still harassment, that's still inappropriate, it's still illegal. I'm not sure what it's like in the States, but in Canada, we have this law that technically our age of consent is younger. Yes, our age of consent is actually 16. That would not have saved Patricia here, of course. But if someone is under the age of 16, the person that they are having that interaction with can't be older than so many years or younger than so many years. And it's usually, depending on the age, 1 or 2 years. So 15, 17-year-old, dicey, but you're okay. 13, 16-year-old, nuh-uh. 13-year-old, 18-year-old, no way, Jose. 14-year-old, 15-year-old, that's fine. These of course all goes out the window when it's online. You must be 18 online to engage in sexual contact. Otherwise it's illegal. Period. Regardless of what the age of the consent in your country or like region is, from my knowledge. That's my understanding of the law, but I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an expert. My experiences dealing with kids, filing reports as a mandatory reporter, and like everyone's a mandatory reporter in my region, but I'm also in a position where like I get specific training about this sort of thing. Like this is not okay. If this happened on my watch between an 18-year-old and a 13-year-old, or even a 17-year-old and a 13-year-old, they would be immediately expelled from the organization, and a report would be filed with social services. Like, this is serious. Just so we're clear. It's statutory in my country too, Paige, to be clear. if it was physical. But even if it was just digital, if this happened on my watch, I would be expected to file a report that would go to social services, that would go to child protective services, possibly the cops. If this happened on my watch, or even happened in my neighborhood and I heard about it. And also, like, an apology, Max in the comments brings up a great point. An apology is not a thing you say, and if you say it good, and if you say it perfectly, if you just say the right words, then everything is better. And that's not what an apology is. You don't get rewarded for apologies. An apology is the least you can do to save some face and prove that you're remorseful. But that does not mean that the situation goes away. This person has made it very clear that they can't be trusted with a community, with an audience, with public fame. They do not deserve that. It is a privilege to get that kind of recognition. It's not something that everybody gets to do, and once you fuck up, you're out. I don't think it's illegal in the US. It absolutely is illegal in the US. Absolutely. And, like, I'm not looking to get anyone arrested. I just want people to take this seriously and stop letting her into your communities. And stop letting people that defend her into your communities. Put your fucking foot down. Put your big boy pants on. Put your big girl pants on. And stop letting Patricia Taxxon and her supporters into your communities.
My response. She, under legal definition, sexually harassed a middle schooler. She sent me pornography and masturbated in a VC without my or multiple other people's consent. They didn't know until she said so. I at least want her to take a long break from the internet and think about what she's done to people. Make a clear apology that she was the person inflicting this trauma, not any past person like she makes it out to be. She knew better. I, too, like to suggest somebody take a long break from the internet right as she finishes a project that's getting clout, so I can yell at them indignantly when they refuse my ridiculous demands. You're not entitled to her sharing your specific worldview on what happened. And scene. I feel like I shouldn't even have to elaborate here. All of these are really horrific things to say for somebody very clearly traumatized and going through something. A lot of gross bad faith arguments trying to defend her, saying that it's not sexual assault, which I'm sorry, in what world is masturbating in a voice chat without consent not sexual assault? People have literally been arrested for doing that. Saying I'm purposely going after her for being queer or stopping from her to promote her album? I mean, like, come on, man. I'm also queer. I'm also an artist. Like, come on, man. You don't have to bring any of this into it. And the fact that you are clearly shows that you don't care about what the victims are actually saying and care more about their popularity and how they do, which is really fucked up. And now, realizing that she didn't fucking care and thinks that I'm the one hurting her, yeah, she should ask the fucking Lulu be deplatformed. I don't fucking care, dude. Like, come on. That's a horrible thing to do. Like, after fucking saying you apologize and are trying to be a better person, and then immediately saying that I'm the one fucking ruining your life? Come on, dude. Grow up. But at the time, I did genuinely think she could improve with time and care. That didn't happen. There are also other people who continue to work with her after this, though I have no proof that they know of these accusations, and I do hope that they don't and understand what she's done, such as Ro Rampton and Jack Saint. I'm sorry for name-dropping so much. I really just do want these people to know because I like their content a lot, and I wish I could enjoy it without feeling deeply uncomfortable doing that. It's not that hard. Take, of all people, Summoning Salt as an example, who used her music in a lot of his speedrun videos, and then stopped doing that after this accusation. It's really not that hard to believe what victims say and do something about it. This thread, me calling her out, and these responses are at this point a year old. So why did I make this video then and not now? Well, it's a combination of a couple of things. First, Patricia has steadily been gaining the subscribers she lost due to this call-out, creating a new audience of people that have zero clue about this entire situation. Her most popular video about Don't Hug Me I'm Scared was released after this thread. One of the videos she released after this thread is currently the #1 hyperpop album on rate.
I started watching Patricia around the Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared stuff, and I had no idea about any of this.
Your music. I'm not kidding. TLDR, she still has a massive platform of a lot of people, most of which don't know shit about this situation, and I like to make something recounting it for those people because I do genuinely think it's important to know, especially knowing that Patricia truly does not care about what she did and think that I hurt her by doing this. I refuse to let her get away with that. Secondly, I recently had an interaction with a now ex-friend about something unrelated that reminded me a lot of this, and made me realize an uncomfortable truth about sexual assault allegations. This interaction revolved around 3 artists, Forlung, Kate Wirtz, and Remy Boydell. The former of this 3 is a breakcore artist who is unabashedly 100% a genuine honest-to-God pedophile and zoophile. Way worse than what Patricia has done. Some people might tell you that the evidence is disputed. I will tell you right here and now that trustworthy sources have confirmed to me that Forlung is all of those things, and is very open about it once you get to know her. The latter 2 are popular artists in the indie furry scene that regularly work with Forlung, including leaving references to her in their works and continuing to defend and help her after the allegations. They both have been found to enjoy some really sus stuff. Don't look up what cub porn is, you don't need to know. Anyways, I had a very close friend that was known to work with both Kate and Remy a lot, associating a lot of her identity with getting commissioned and being close to both of them, particularly Remy Boydell. And after finding all of this out, and as a victim of sexual harassment on a much lesser scale by another trans furry electronic musician, I felt really uncomfortable knowing that she was supporting them. I let her know my concerns and made it clear that I wouldn't feel comfortable being her friend if she continued to support their works. I was setting a boundary that needed to be set, and they continued to support their works. If anything, she became closer friends with them, celebrating when Wirtz followed her on Twitter. This made me realize a sickening truth, that a lot of people just don't care about sexual assault and sexual harassment allegations, and will make really any excuse for it as long as if they think their art is cool, if they're already friends with them, etc. Usually making excuses that are very bad faith and weak just to keep the illusion going. The other sickening truth is that not everyone will see it, and eventually they will rise up again from the ashes, more popular than ever. And it's even worse when it's in a space that seems to care so much about listening to victims, until it's one of their friends. Then it doesn't matter, just sweep it under the rug. If you apologize, who fucking cares? Let him continue to have a platform to abuse and be a generally gross person. Let him blow up, continuing to sweep accusations deeper and deeper under a rug of endless despair. And as it just happened to Patricia or even Forlung, this is a common thing. Cancel culture doesn't really work all that often. They get canceled and then come back. A big example I think of is Nick Robinson, an ex-Polygon creator who sexually harassed his coworkers and got fired, before making YouTube content that ended up being more popular than ever. Hell, even some of the worst offenders, not comparing these people to Patricia here, I know that what Patricia did wasn't that bad, but I want to make a point here. People are still buying tickets to Louis C.K. shows. Woody Allen is still making successful movies. Kevin Spacey is somehow still acting. However hard we try to believe victims, eventually people will just forget. I really don't know how to end this video. I'm sorry it was mostly rambling and kind of meaningless and it didn't really have a point. I just wanted to get this out there. I wanted to talk about something that's been on my brain for a very long time and has been festering in there for a while. I'm sorry for not making videos for 3 months and then coming out of the woodworks with this. Trust me, I have 2 massive videos in the works, one of which should be done soon, so I'm getting stuff done, trust me. I don't want to become a drama channel. It would be really nice of you to like, comment, and share this around because I want this to be heard. I don't want my story to be forgotten. Good night, and thank you all for watching.
So, that was the video that made me change my mind. So I'm going to read the comments back a little bit. I remember I glanced something that Max said that I want to read. It bothers me so much when people who are functionally in the arts go, oh, but this could hurt my career. As if the arts field isn't super precarious anyway. You have to deal with that in the field. I'm sorry you didn't realize this. Yeah. Most people that do art are beholden to a boss. They are beholden to, capitalistic standards. And many of us end up being starving artists. This is why I really don't like when people say, well, their stuff was never that good anyway in light of misconduct coming to light. It's easy to give up garbage. It's hard to give up candy. Yeah. I mean, I have similar feelings about Neil Gaiman. Neil Gaiman was a hard pill for me to swallow. I zipped my lips about that man for almost a year. Well, I think it came out in the summer. Yeah, for 6 or 7 months because I didn't know what to think. And now I have to contend with the fact that a person that was getting me back into reading fucking sucked, was a monster, was a horrible person. Books were great. A great writer, writes very beautiful things. And Patricia, for people that like EDM, I'm sure makes great music. Not my thing, but I liked her other content. And sometimes people can make beautiful things and be ugly on the inside. Liked Patricia's content, and I'm heartbroken that she's used her platform to abuse people, but people are more important than music or stories. Yes. Yes, it is true. Now, okay, so this is apparently her this person's final comments on the situation, so let's listen.
Alright, let's just get this over with so I can have a normal day for one goddamn second of my life. Alright, so, I did unlist the Patricia video, and I do think I had good reason for it. I made I agreed with Patricia that if she'd made a public apology,
I do want to say that this person got harassed and bullied and apparently spoke to Patricia online. It's yeah. To this day, this person does maintain that Patricia was her abuser, though. So I will say that.
would unlist the video, and I did do that. And I do genuinely think that the video was flawed and it did deserve to be unlisted, and I do genuinely hope that she has improved from the actions that I called her out on in that thread and in that video, and it should not be used against her in that way. Instead, what you should use against her is her newest video, which is horrible. So why is it so bad? I'm gonna give you the TLDR. This video just straight up endorses zoophilia. It doesn't sound like it for the first 30 minutes. You skirt around it for a while. But like the final few minutes, it's just straight up like, oh yeah, I should be allowed to fuck a dog because I have trauma. Which, you know, a horrible message to advertise to your fan base, and horrible message for your fan base to think is awesome and they fully agree with and change their life. It's bad. It's really bad. The fact that they referenced a knot at the end, which is like something that is a dog dick. Do you get it? It's like a knotted dog dick. Ha ha ha. Haha, it's not funny. It's not funny. Patricia's really transitioning into a white woman well, I think. Anyways, this video is bad. It's horrible and should show that she's morally not a good person, and uses her autism and horrible childhood as an excuse to do terrible things. It's not good. It's bad. I get some of the points she was making. Like, I understand it. And when it's just her rambling for a while and not talking about the morality of fucking dogs, it's okay, I guess.
But when she's trying to excuse fucking dogs, that's when it gets bad. And I want to be clear here, I'm a furry. I'm a fan of furry pornography. I get it. I understand, Patricia. But also, this isn't the way to go about it, and there are some lines you can cross, and just throwing out the idea of morality when it comes to furry pornography, horrible idea. Just terrible, because, you know, we're all fucking furries. It's a thing that autistic people are furries, and, like, they fucking love zoophilia. I don't know. This video's unscripted. I'm sorry. This video's a mess. It's bad. It's not good. And I wanted to make this video so I could be like, yeah, Patricia's a terrible person. It's just not for the reasons that I said, because I didn't call her out on any of this in that video. But she is clearly showing her, like, moral issues in this, and I do hope that by making this an official video, other people will call her out on this, and it's not just me, because it feels like I might be biased here. You know, I have a bad history with Patricia. I fully think if any YouTuber made this video, I would also fucking hate it. I mean, part of it is that it's 40 minutes long, and it's mostly just her rambling about nonsense. I'm gonna say it. Patricia Taxxon is bad at making YouTube content. If this was like Jacob Geller or Big Joel, and they made like a lean 20 minutes out of fucking dogs, I would at least like think the videos like well made. I don't like the morals, but it's well made. This is a nightmare to sit through. It's fucking bad. You gotta sit through like 40 minutes of nothing. And like I don't know what to say, really. Patricia Taxxon is...
This is about the oh, what's it called? The ethics of boinking animal people. Yeah, this final thoughts video is bad. But let me see if I can find it. Okay. I'm still... This was made 2023. These were not her final thoughts. And I'm going to read some of this out loud. I'm not going to show the username on the screen, but this is the same person. But this was the last public statement that she made with this, from what I understand. You got to realize that I'm sorry for everyone I hurt is like not a great response to masturbating in the same voice call with a 13-year-old. It's like a big thing. In response to Patricia saying, all I can say is I'm sorry for everyone I hurt at the time. I've grown up a lot and feel a great remorse for everything related to my behavior as a teen. My heart is beating very fast, so this might not be the best response, but there it is. And again, continue to look at the post. Actually, I think this is from the time. Actually, I'm not sure when this is. I'm just seeing October. I'm assuming it's from this year. But anyway. Judging by how many people are contacting me about how she's always been a shitty, manipulative person, this is a fucking pattern that has continued past your teenagehood. Please put the effort this shit deserves. Take some time, for the love of God. Sending pornography to a 13-year-old is a massive thing. This is not a fuck-up that can be excused with that you were young and foolish. This is a fuck-up that can seriously traumatize people. You knew why it was wrong, and you still did it. This was a mistake on your own accord, Patricia. Grow up and deal with the consequences. You knew it was wrong because you aren't an idiot, and we all know it. But I think that might have been the original Twitter post that they made. I'm not sure exactly. I just don't. Oh, okay. Steve is in chat. That's the original one. Okay. Okay, yeah, so that's the original one they made before the YouTube video. Now there was one. She did kind of address the stream that I made. And she does maintain that that Patricia abused her, but she does not want to be involved. But yes, she still maintains that she was abused. And I haven't been able... Sheev, if you could send me a link to that note she made. Yes, yes, the Boinking Animal People is a video on anthropurries and not ferals. You say that, but if I could... The original post that we made, we had... Let me see. Give me 1 second. Patricia doesn't think there's a difference between bestiality and slash zoophilia and yeah. Let me grab the... Okay, I'm going to share my screen again. Let me bring it up. And I've made this available. It's just a collection of my notes and screenshots. It's not a call-out document. I don't know why it was being treated as one, but... Yes, okay. So, here's one of the things that I think is suspect. Stop saying consent. Literally just look away. Here's that one that I had up on screen earlier. Give me a moment while I scroll through some of the screenshots we had. A bunch of Tumblr posts. Here it is. Can I open that? I don't think so. Copy? I'm sure that I can find the actual tweet and not just this cropped version. But it's very... Furries can keep trying to convince me that you have the non-problematic version of wanting to fuck animals. So... I don't think this is just furry shit. From that comment. I think that's pretty freaking clear. I thought that I had this saved, though. Where is it? I'm not sure that I thought that I had it, but perhaps not. But yeah. It was sent. Okay, awesome. Well, bam. Okay, let me hide this again. So I did! Leave me alone! There's lag. Okay, so I'm gonna read this aloud again. I don't want to reveal this person's name or private information. Alright, I was going back and forth on whether or not to write something about this, mostly because I feel like it would be hypocritical to what I was going to write about, but it does really seem that if I don't say something, the same few things are going to happen over and over and over again, and I'd really just like to stop it all. I'm done with this constantly being thrown on top of me. I can't handle it. This is not for Patricia. I have nothing to say to her past. Log off, touch grass. Everything she's done post me unlisting my videos on her have shown signs of a clearly worsening mental state that seems to be egged on by her overly accepting audience. Her breakdown about that raccoon, who she both wants to fuck and be, I guess, should be enough to make someone take a few deep breaths and try and get help. It isn't. Picking fights on Tumblr is not going to make it any better. Try and make real, actual friends. As a fellow girl with serious trauma and autism, it's not that hard. Judging by my college experience, being a deeply autistic tranny is cool now. Stop posting constantly. Stop picking fights. Learn when you need to shut up and admit that you might be a bit wrong. Everything you do seems to just be making the hole you're in deeper and deeper, and it's gotten to the point where I'm actually kind of concerned. If the person who supposedly hates your guts and ruins your life is actually scared of your well-being, for your well-being, I should say, you should care more for your well-being. Rather, this is for the audience of people that has grown around hating Taxxon over the past month or so. A big Venn diagram cross with a strange community of people who seem to exclusively talk about Lily Orchard. Oh, wait a minute, that's me. Which is a big... Even when I did have my Lily Orchard videos public, didn't really describe my content. But okay. I made plenty of other content, but that's fine. Anyway. I know they're probably seeing this because after scrolling through their interconnected web, I've seen these people dig up months-old tweets of mine talking about Taxxon in various contexts. I'm sure they're watching. I'm not a fan of Orchard. Everything I've heard about her makes her seem like a pretentious and shitty critic. I saw her video on Steven Universe when that came out, and it became a personal favorite bad video to riff off of with my friends, even as someone who's not a fan of the show. I've heard she's done worse as well, apparently doing actual SA and weird hypersexual grooming stuff. But I don't know enough about this situation to say that's anything more than alleged. Don't read this as a defense of Orchard. Read it as a I don't know what the fuck's going on here and I'm not doing the research to see what it is. Very high chance she is actually extremely evil. However, these people care deeply to a probably dangerous degree. I genuinely do not care how a person could care about YouTuber drama this much. I'm a person who generally cares a lot about weird, problematic online figures. It's something I'd love to stop doing because I'm sure it annoys a lot of people. However, if you follow my Twitter or YouTube at all, you can see that, hey, I mostly just retweet dumb shitposts and talk about movies. Yeah, me fucking too. This is not something that I enjoy doing. I'm doing it because I don't want people to get hurt. And I have felt more than ever at this point that that's what will continue happening. That's what will continue to happen with Patricia. Again, going back to this. These are the people that she is attracting, that she is building a community for. Just saying. Anyway. It's very frustrating for them to be like, yeah, I do watch YouTuber drama, but I also mostly care about movies and video games and music. And it's like, why do you get to be a multifaceted human being and I don't get to be a multifaceted human being? Why can I not care about this sort of thing, but also like movies and video games? I have a whole job in life. It's a blog specifically for talking about these freaks. I don't like using that word, but yeah. If somebody partitions off a blog to keep it separate from their other things, that doesn't mean that that's all they talk about. You are just seeing one part of their life, and considering that you did not engage with my content, you did not engage with Sai's content, you did not engage with Sheev's content outside of the blog. Like, you clearly are not allowing us to be as multifaceted as you are giving yourself over to be, you know? We have lives and interests and flaws and dreams too. We don't just talk about Lily, or we don't just talk about Patricia. I've been trying very hard to not talk about them. Since I made that original stream about Patricia, this is the first time I've really acknowledged her publicly. But anyway, what am I reading? I'm reading the person who had made allegations against Patricia, her epilogue on the matter. But anyway, that is my main priority. Keeping my brain away from weird people keeps me sane. From what I can tell from a lot of these Tumblr accounts, these people only talk about problematic YouTube people. It's rare to see a post by them about something other than Lily or Patricia doing something weird. It's really, really strange to me to dedicate your entire online identity to being mad at this person, no matter how shitty she may be, but I feel like that would melt your brain after a while. Let's do a little experiment, shall we? This is my blog from today. Now there are people up here that have, again, been linked to my account because I did talk about Lily, and that's just kind of how Tumblr works. But let's scroll for a little while. There's some art that I posted. This is my current Discord profile picture for Valentine's Day / February. Announcement for this video. I'll be talking about free speech and Trumpism. Pumpkit stuff. Here's something that I reblogged by Lily, but it's me telling people to stop interacting with her. This isn't me really talking about her. It's telling people to stop interacting. You should not be interacting. You should not be talking directly to Lily or Patricia, honestly. Trans stuff. Meme. Talking about healing. This was, I reblogged somebody when we were trying to FD Signifier, who is also kind of breadtube-ish, was commenting on somebody getting exposed. So yeah, I guess you could say that's slop content. Political stuff, Minecraft stuff, trans stuff. I covered Anthony's video a few days ago. It was about Mary Sue's and gender, and I loved it. Here's a petition to try and get this guy to not get executed. Here's a meme about the Fujoshi Miku song, and like the Fujoshi to trans guy transition joke. Very many people make it. Garfield meme. A meme about capitalism. Commenting on the Neil Gaiman situation. Here's some of my art. Here's some cat memes. comparing the Orwellian dystopia to the Huxleyan dystopia. Like, oh, wow, another Lily post 6 days ago. Yeah, I get snarky sometimes, but to say that I only talk about Lily or only talk about Patricia is so... I'm just showing you. Oh, I did Animorphs art as well. Like, to look at my blog and say that I only talk about Patricia is so unfair. Because it's not true. Nazi getting punched. Yippee! Okay. Why do you get to be multifaceted, but I'm obsessed? No, somebody found. Accept. Yes, found it. Open link. Somebody found the thing. Here we go. Furries can keep trying to convince me you have the non-problematic version of wanting to fuck animals. Made in 2022. So, again. It's just very insulting. Acting like you're better than us because we talked about another person who also hurt people. I don't really understand where this person gets off on acting like they're better than us. Sorry, I'm trying to draw attention to someone that is continuing patterns of harm. I don't... Yeah. Friends with multiple of Lily's victims. Same. Anyway. Patricia Taxxon needs to not learn to touch poop. I don't really think that she is the poop. Not touching the poop is more if somebody is being like publicly called out, if somebody's being like, hey, this person fucking sucks, you don't go then to that person and are like, hey, you fucking suck. Anyway. This seems to have started from some shit Taxxon stirred about trans mask identity. I don't know much about that situation. I do not care to know. Kind of. Again, I was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. It wasn't until I heard your testimony that I was like, okay, actually, this is serious. I did not initially care about the trans stuff. I want that to be clear. I was willing to let that stay on Tumblr until someone was like, hey, maybe you shouldn't give this person the benefit of the doubt. Like, you don't have to, like, give this person ass pats. Look, this is not good. Don't defend this person. And I was like, oh shit, I won't defend this person. And it just kind of exploded from there. And I started to realize what happens every time someone speaks out against her. But anyway. But anyway, yeah, I don't want to scroll. It's under 15 layers of anon ask. Trans infighting terms I don't understand. Patricia is a person who consistently says really stupid shit and then gets super defensive when people say it's dumb. Yeah. And then it ramped up and up. Patty says more dumb shit. The Orchard users fight her back. Trans misogyny allegations get pulled. Probably not, buddy. It's just the endless spiral. And because of my accusations of her, my call-out post, my video, it all comes back to me. And I don't know. I'm tired of it all. I'm sick of being something that continually comes back to haunt me from both sides. Mostly because I know how dangerous forcing myself to drown in her weird, unstable world is. I often see it as a form of self-harm, looking at whatever she's up to now, gawking at Taxxon L number 2892. I don't know if that's good for me mentally. But alas, it just keeps coming back. The Pomeranian that refuses to leave. I don't care about any of this drama. I don't care about whatever the hell she's spewing, wrong or not. I just want to be left alone. The whole thing happening has led me to going back into this dangerous cycle of looking at her posts and forcing myself to go back to the years that ruined my life, and I am just done with all of it. I don't want to be used as a pawn in whatever fucking drama this is. I don't want to get put on some shitty Turkey Tom video essay calling Taxxon a degenerate like what is happening to Lily Orchard. These aren't good people. They do deserve to be called out. I just don't want to be associated with the fucking vultures who make content out of it. And I understand that sentiment, and I'm trying to give you your privacy, but the fact is that this person has changed their mind multiple times on whether they want to, you know, be associated with this. But at the time when I was shown the video and some of their posts, they did want to be public. They did want to come forward, and from what I understand, a public video was being worked on about this with a bigger YouTuber. It's messy and it's complicated, and I'm not going to ask this person to come back to this sphere. If you want to walk away, go for it, but the allegations that you made, the testimony that you provided is important. And this back and forth that we've been doing about like, I don't want people to know, but I want people to know, but I don't want people to get hurt, but I'm really traumatized. Like, I understand that you're traumatized, but the things that you're talking about that are traumatizing you here aren't anything that I'm doing. They aren't anything that anybody is doing except for you. You don't have to go back and read Patricia's posts. You're just re-traumatizing yourself, and there's no need of it. Stop doing that to yourself. You don't have to keep reading Patricia's Tumblr or her Twitter. But letting this testimony stand is important. Because she's still doing this. And you know she's still doing this. You have acknowledged that she's gotten worse. What I find weird about all of this is that they keep digging deeper, trying to find reasons to cancel her when you already have the one, and I don't think the people who don't believe you will be convinced. Again, it feels very mentally unhealthy, forcing yourself to look through these people's work to find every wrong thing, because she can't just be a weird dog fucker in the brain of a child DMing other children because she thinks she's in the brain of a child. She's not in the brain of a child. She's in the brain of an autistic adult. I hate when people say that, oh, people that are autistic, they basically have the brain of a 10-year-old. No, they don't. They have the brain of an autistic person. Yo, am I early? No, you're late. We're almost done. And then she does some weird ass padding about the Peter Sotos and buyer's market shit. My favorite example of this is the buyer's market shit. It really does feel like a lot of context was missed on why exactly she wore a buyer's market shirt. Like, I don't know, it just seemed like an edgy joke. An edgy joke about children being sexually exploited is not funny. Hey, this is an album filled with children talking about their own rape, and then like and the sound of children crying is played over it. And by the way, this was all done non-consensually, and the creator of this was arrested in the fucking 90s. Buyer's market was a common running joke on Moo, and even past that, mostly because of the forgotten context where it came from, the people calling her out, that Peter Sotos is a genuine legend in noise circles. You know who else is a genuine legend that I adored? Neil fucking Gaiman. And you know what? I'm not gonna fucking show up in a YouTube video wearing a fucking, like, I don't know, Stargirl or Coraline shirt. Do I have a Coraline shirt? Yes, not Stargirl, Stardust. Do I have a Coraline shirt? Yeah, I'm not gonna wear it in public again. I got that ages ago because I liked the book. But to publicly appear in a video and then be like, oh, I'm just wearing a shirt, Neil Gaiman shirt as a joke. What's the fucking joke? What's the fucking joke? What's the joke? Hey, look at this shirt that I have of supporting a fucking rapist. Like, what's funny about that? Explain it to me like I'm 5. God. That's why people listen to it. Again, I could say the same thing about Neil Gaiman as a former fan. He was a legend. He has been a legend since, like, the 80s. Like, he's made so many good books and movies and gotten his little fingers on so many different things. But, like, to intentionally be like, haha, look at this. Look, I'm wearing the rapist shirts. Yeah, shit, he wrote Stardust. He wrote a lot of things. That being said, it is a little different because Gaiman's work wasn't explicit or abusive. In my opinion, it's a little different, but I still think it would be bad taste to show up in a video wearing a Neil Gaiman shirt as a joke. Because the joke is that it's sexually exploitative. It's just fucking stupid. And, like, she liked him because of the sexually exploitative stuff that he did. That's what fucking gets me. Sotos is evil, yes, but still an extremely popular and influential noise musician. I hope you do something nice for your mental health next. Good night and good luck. I'm playing Zelda tomorrow. I beat it 100%. That's not tomorrow, Saturday. I don't know if that's good for my mental health, but anyway. Became a running gag because of what a fucking oddity it is for more and less dangerous people than Patricia. I've joked about it. It's a good album to pull if you want to make a joke about fucked up albums. It's like the Salo or Serbian film of music. Now, I'm not super familiar with either of those. I don't tend to not like slaughter films, but anyway. Her putting on a buyer's market shirt is not incriminating. It's a shit post. It's a bit weird, but I fully understand the mental process on that one. This is like bottom run of P-Tax crimes. I don't know why you're calling her out on this before the multitudes of other weird shit she's done. Did you know she straight up did not pay one of her album artists for, like, years? I feel like that's a worse Taxxon crime. I don't know. I'm sick of people who dedicate their entire lives to posting about this shit, arguing for me. I don't want to be argued for. I want this all to be gone. All of you need to take as much time away from the internet as Patricia does, because I feel like this isn't great for any of you guys, your guys' mental health, as much as talking about being a hypersexual toddler and being coddled about is to her. You can talk about her however much you'd like. She's a shitty person and deserves to be deserves to be angry at. Just leave me out of it. I don't want it to be associated with me anymore. I don't want a reason to keep harming myself, to keep putting myself deeper in this hole. I want to move on. I want to stop being afraid of every trans femme furry musician who talks about puppy play shit. I just want to live a normal life. Please leave me be. This is over. I made one exception to this rule because it was genuinely a fan of the person who asks me about its work, but that's it. I can't fucking do this anymore. I hate that I have to talk about this on Christmas. Thank you. So, very much does not want to be involved. And again, I do not include this lightly or the testimony lightly, but I know that there's a lot of people that don't know. And the flip-flopping of the accounts of like, hey, well, I'm convinced now. Oh, but I can't talk about the evidence that convinced me. It's very frustrating. That got called out in the live stream. Did she not watch the Patricia stream? She did not. And that's fine if she didn't watch it. I didn't expect her to, honestly. She said on public that she's not going to watch in public on her that she didn't want to make a she didn't want to watch a 5-hour video about her abuser, and that's fine. I understand. I get it. But to be treated, yeah, I would rather that she not watch it too, Sheev. But to be treated like this is my whole fucking life, when I have so much other shit going on and shit offline that nobody knows about because I keep that private, I'm just very frustrated. I just don't want people to get hurt, and I'm sick of seeing the same pattern of like, person does bad thing and just gets away with it and just keeps getting away with it, and more people get hurt and they're not even sorry. And they might be scared of the consequences, but they're not sorry. And I will never forget this tweet. Never, ever forget it. And I don't want any of you to forget it either. She's playing you. Now, if I jumped the gun a little too much, if I was back and forth even when we were live on if I was going to cover this, but I think that a lot of us expected the cavalry to come and cover this and do such a good job and be super sensitive and just make the perfect video. I'm sorry to say, I don't think that's coming. I don't think that video is ever going to come. I don't think there is going to be a swift, decisive, elegant, perfect motion that is going to make this person answer for what they've done to people and for what they continue to do to people. That's not going to come. That's not the world we live in. I understand the desire for it, but it's not going to happen. I'm trying. I need to be realistic about this now. I want to be clear on why I made the stream. I don't regret being delicate about this person's testimony when the stream went up, but considering nothing has happened, it gives a lot of important context. But the cavalry's not coming. So we've got to make the noise on our own, unfortunately, and I might not be the best at doing it, but I think I've said everything that I want to say on this. I don't want people to get hurt. If you want to look at the notes that I took, and again, they are notes and they are screenshots, kind of detailing my interactions and the interactions of the people involved with Patricia to give context for the video. It is not a call-out document. It is not a fully written, articulated piece that can be treated like an article. That's not what it is. It's just our notes. It's just articles. It's just screenshots. If you want to watch the original video, it's on my channel. It is unmonetized. It will remain unmonetized. I do not want to make money off of that stream. And I'm thinking of not monetizing this video either, though I've gotten a fair bit of super chats, which of course I always appreciate, but this is not something I'm looking to profit off of. This is not what I want to build my career around, but I feel sick that I haven't spoken about this before, and I feel wrong continuing not to say anything. And that's why this video exists. Or this part of the video exists. I did want to just clown on Iskall earlier because what the fuck, dude. But we can't keep letting people get away with this and not deal with any consequences and go on to hurt more people. We just can't. We need to educate ourselves. We need to arm ourselves. We need to do better. We need to hold people accountable. Anyway, I think we're gonna wrap up here. Like, if you liked the video, please like the video and subscribe and all that stuff. Social media and stuff is posted in the description. Let's see, where am I gonna send you guys? Is anybody still live? Because it's pretty dang late. Who is still streaming? Let's see. Nobody. Well, phooey. Alright. Oh, I'll just end the stream then. Jules wants on? Okay. Alright, somebody wants to talk to me. Oh, okay. Alright. Okay. I'm going to... Alright, I'm gonna call Jules. Sorry, I didn't see the DM. We're not done. Hello.
Oh. Hello. My apologies. I just didn't...
Your microphone's a little crunchy, my friend.
Here, I'm gonna switch over to my computer.
Okay. Whoops. Yeah, Jules wanted to say something. They're switching to their computer. We'll wait a second. All right, here we go. Hi.
Okay.
We'll wait a second.
So, I wasn't planning to join. It was just a matter of I assume this is going to be your final take on all of this.
Yeah.
So, I wanted to take a second. I'm gonna try not to take up too much of people's time. To just state that it was for pretty much the same reasons as has already been stated, that I pretty much just like didn't go over a lot of like the stuff with regards to the accusations in my original testimony, because we were still tiptoeing around it at that point. A lot of what happened with regards to that, a lot of the worst things, like the things that make me the most livid, are contained within Like those several times that, you know, an allegation would be brought up, and then through some crazy shit, I would just be like, and I fell for it. I was kind of a, like, I don't want to like self-deprecate because that doesn't really like fix anything, but I was manipulated, for lack of a better way to put it. Um, especially when like accusations were being made, there was a lot of like threatening of suicide. I don't know how much of it was real. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But I've learned a lot in these past like couple of weeks, and they're not good things. And the more that I learn, the more that I just grow more and more livid that I allowed this. Not that I really could have stopped it in any real sense, but the fact that I played any part in abetting any of this, it makes me ill. I can't. It it's impossible to describe it really. Whenever these like allegations would come out, especially when that video was made, like around that time, especially with the Kiwi Farms thread, I do want to stress, like, it was a constant thing that I had to manage. I was constantly under the impression that a friend of mine was going to kill themselves at any moment. And it was like constant. So when you say it's a high control environment, I do want to confirm that's what it was. I was deep in the sauce, for lack of a better way to put it, and like with certain things that we don't have like concrete evidence for, but things that I've heard, things that may still be happening. I've never been more cold angry in my life at a person. I was very courteous, and I made a lot of excuses in that original stream for things that were done. Nowadays, I don't really know what to believe, to be honest. I'm not going to make any accusations of my own necessarily, but I just know that this cannot be allowed to continue.
And I think it can't be said more that like us dancing around this really hurt our case. And
it did.
And it didn't. So many things were out of context, and you can think I'm a piece of shit. YouTube, like, yeah, people of YouTube, you could think I'm a piece of shit for blowing the lid off this. I continue to try to be courteous of this person's privacy, but as this person said themselves, they were not the only one, and it's been getting worse. So
and the thing is too, I was kind of prevented from sharing what happened to me because like my stuff was nowhere near as severe. I still maintain I don't want to call myself a victim, but like I was put in a situation where in my professional career, I had to constantly wonder if my friend did something incredibly heinous, and I was constantly on the fucking verge of like, what's going on? What's happening? And I had to manage that. I had to manage an unstable person's emotions for like a long ass time while I was trying to do professional work. That's not normal. This person and you know what? I'm allowed to be mad that this person is gaining any kind of notoriety in an industry that I care about, because she's working for a company now that has a large audience of young people. Studio Flimpo should not fucking allow her to work there. That's my personal stance. They can do whatever they want, but she does not represent their values, if they claim to have any. If they're trans positive, if they care about their audience, if they care about young people, they're not going to let her continue. Like, I don't know. Yeah, what was that?
I don't know if you were here earlier in the stream, but we were going over another person who had similar allegations towards adults only, but it was still really fucked up, and he pulled the same thing, and he called himself this naive, innocent, generous sports ball fan. And it's like, why is it every time that something like this happens, the perpetrator, alleged perpetrator, always like plays up how naive and innocent they are? It's insane. It's crazy.
It's I don't know.
While
And
being emotionally manipulative and twisting things. It's just, yeah.
the other thing that she would tell me is that she used to tell me that she didn't remember doing the stuff that there was evidence for. It's like she just forgot. Like, I can't believe I fell for that. Like, that's an insane thing to say to me. Like, you just forgot that you did all this insane shit. I don't believe you. I don't. And I fell for that. And that was my mistake. But
I mean, that could be like any number of things, but it's like, oh, I don't remember it, so it might not even be real. Like, maybe they're making it all up. I don't remember. It's kind of a little cheat that certain people do. Also, there's a term that people use. I think we might have talked about this earlier. Like, if you feel you don't feel as if the definition victim quite fits you, but affected person is often used instead for people that, like, well, I'm not a victim, but this still deeply affected me.
Right. And it really is just like, the more that I learn and the more that I am here, there are some people who I am sort of black-pilled on. Like, I don't think that some of these, like, unless something crazy happens, I don't think any of these people are gonna, like, have their come to Jesus moment or whatever. But, like, there's at least a couple of people who were associated with Taxxon who are distancing themselves. And I guess I just want to put the feeler out there that you don't have to go to the chuds. Like, if you want someone to talk to, I will, like, talk to you. You don't have to be friends with me, but if you want to step away from her, you can do that. Especially if you're young.
It's not one or the other. You don't have to be like, oh, well, yeah, you don't have to be like, oh, a supporter of Patricia Taxxon or like in the alt-right. Like, that's not the only two options here.
Yeah. Like, you don't even have to be a fan of me. Like, I just want people to be safe. Knowing what I know now, it's like, this can't continue. And I worry. I worry for people, and I hope that people are doing okay.
Yeah.
Because it's so easy when a person is, like, charismatic or, like, has a talent, or their art affected you in some way, like it did to me. I used her music in so many of my projects, even before we, like, worked together professionally. Like, it can sort of give you those blinders, and you think, like, well, to leave is to basically destroy a part of my identity that's very important. I just want to say, you can leave. You're not a bad person just because you were taken in by that. And it doesn't make you bad to be affected by that art either.
Yes.
And it's never too late to, I don't know, choose a better group of people to be around. As for the bread tubers that associate with her, I don't have any respect for these people.
Yeah.
Like, they saw what I saw, and they're financially incentivized to stick with her, so I don't know. Maybe they'll come around. I highly doubt it. But I just think
I'm kind of in the fuck you stage with all that, honestly, because I know that they're aware of the stream, and I know that they have more information, and they're choosing not to share it. Even the ones that don't support her but just are aware of the situation, that they're not only continuing not to say things, but are inviting the people that do support her into their spaces or onto their videos or onto their streams, fuck you. Stop doing that.
Yeah, like I don't. Maybe it's easy for me to say because I don't have a public presence really, and I was sort of on the edge. She invited me into like her little insider Discord server, and I specifically declined because I didn't want to get entangled. But like at some point, something's got to give.
Yeah.
Like, how many people are going to get hurt before you guys bother to step up and say something? Anything. You should have said something the first time. At least I was deep in the sauce, and, like, I was a little nobody who was starstruck by this YouTuber. You guys are all clout havers. Like, what are you doing? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just, yeah, I think it's time to put our big boy pants in, our big girl pants on, and, like, grow up about this. I think I would like people to start doing that and like realize that not only are they being cowards, but you are allowing and you are enabling this abuse to continue. A lot of you, if you said something, could make a big difference. And you not saying something, like, fucking... Like, I don't know what kind of trolley problem from hell this is, but, like, the fact that... yeah, sorry. It's just...
No,
I'm just very frustrated with these people.
It's difficult to talk about, and I'm sure as someone who has, like, somewhat of a connection or a line to these people, it's even more frustrating for you. Like, I don't know any of these people, so... For me, saying that they're less than dirt to me just, like, doesn't mean anything. It's like, yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Sure. Like, you could start making up for the fact that you didn't say anything. Like, why did I have to be the person who knows her to come out about this, is what I've been asking myself this whole time. Like, why did it have to be me? All of you have the power to say something about this, and I had to, like, dance around it, go on like a tirade about the trans man stuff because I couldn't talk about the trans man stuff was an issue, but I do admit the bigger issue is people actively getting harmed.
Yeah, we can handle ourselves. The trans man stuff was stupid and kind of paints a pattern of her, like, again, she says dumb stuff, and then when people call her dumb, she corncobs about it. But, like, that's not why any of us were there. You know?
Like, if it was just that, I would have just left and not said anything.
Yeah,
like,
me
and
too.
I mean, I probably would have made a statement about her vague posting because, you know, I like to, you know, stand up for myself and have a spine now that I'm in that point in my life. But when it comes to stuff like this, it's like, there's stuff that I can't confirm yet, but that is pretty crazy that's been happening. And it's been happening, it happened under my nose while I was friends with her, and I only found out about it recently. And it's like, okay, nobody is going to do anything about this. Those of you who are close to the situation, either some of you don't know, or, like, I don't know, Krim, is it a good idea to bring this up? It's not confirmed, but we have a source, technically.
Is it the thing we were talking about earlier today?
Yes. I don't know if it's time to break that yet.
I don't know if I'm the one to break it. But just know that there are other people, and it continues to happen. So...
It happened recently. This wasn't like when she was 18. This is recent. And I think, like, I don't know.
Yeah, we're not going to go into details, I think, but yeah, this is a problem that continues to happen, continues to get worse. And her getting away with it is just emboldening her further. So,
yeah. And can I add that the last thing that she ever said to me after that stream was like a big veiled attempt to threaten me? That was cool. If you basically just saying, I'm saying this for your peace of mind, followed by like a message tailor-made to make me distressed. where she was basically saying, I'm not going to drag you publicly. I could, but I'm not gonna. By the way, you did this all with your name visible, so if this like reflects poorly on your reputation, that's on you, boo-boo. And it's like, okay, awesome. Like, I had a reputation to begin with, and as if I'm the one who's done anything to hurt people the way you have, you could look through my entire online history and you would not find shit that's anywhere like this. I don't know. It's galling to me, and it was crazy. It was genuinely one of the most sickening messages I've had to receive, given what I know now. And once again, like, I was put in a bind where because of the way we were dancing around things, I felt like I couldn't speak about any of this. It's what she does. You play into her hand, and then she fucking silences everybody who has criticisms of her. And, like, even now, I didn't come at this with any kind of malicious intent. Like, I absolutely hate Taxxon. Like, I have never had an enemy before like this, like, for lack of a better way to put it. But genuinely, like, the things that have happened and transpired in the past, like, couple of months have left me extremely disillusioned with this side of the internet. I think a lot of people need to do some serious self-reflection and maybe, like Krim said, put their fucking big pants on and say something for once. And stop waffling around with this big open secret that everybody fucking knew about. Like, once again, why did I have to be the one to come out about this? Why did I have to leak it? Fucking Jack Saint and CJ the X, they were both on that private Twitter. They saw all that shit. Why did I have to be the one to break it?
Because they don't see anything fucking wrong with it.
If you saw something wrong with it, you would say something. And unless you think she's joking, which she's not joking when she says these things. Like, I saw a lot of people saying that she was joking. Like, okay, maybe her thirst posting over the Club Q shooter was a joke. I can buy that maybe, but a lot of these just aren't jokes. These are just things that she believes because the private Twitter was basically a nuclear testing ground for her bad takes. So, I don't know why all of you let it get this bad when you have way more power than I ever did, but it's shameful. You all should be ashamed of yourselves, and I don't know. My respect probably isn't worth anything to you, but let it be known, you all are cowards. Fuck you. Literally go fuck yourselves.
Well said. And, like, I do have concerns because some of the people, not the people we mentioned here, but some of the people connected that do know, are aware of who I am, do have connections with some of my mutuals. I won't name names. And it's very likely that I'm shooting myself in the foot, making this, but, if everything comes crashing down around me, at least I can say, at least I wasn't a freaking coward. Even if this all goes to shit because I chose to do this, I don't think I could live with myself, if I didn't say anything, and I guess that's the difference between me and them at this point, so.
I would say so. And I hope that me coming out of the woodwork, at least, is, like, a little bit atoning for anything that I did. I just want this to end. I didn't, like, when everything took place in December, I didn't really have any, like, grand aspirations to, like, drive a canceling campaign. It was really just an act of desperation. As of right now, my only hope is that people fucking get their shit together because this is a circus. All of you are, like, all of you let this happen. All of you are complicit. I can't believe any of you, like, if you have any principles at all, you would have fucking spoken about this. I don't know. Like, at some point, you have to talk about these things. You should have talked about it the first time. Yeah. Like, I don't know. It baffles me.
I think that at this point, we're both just getting worked up and talking in circles.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
We are kind of rehashing the same points, preaching to the choir. But yeah. Was there any closing thoughts you had?
None really, other than I need to find someone to rescore the film. I am not fucking releasing that shit with her name attached.
Fair enough.
I can't promote this.
Yeah. No,
Like,
I think that makes sense.
She got what she wanted out of the deal. You know, it was because of me and my co-director that her film score got heard in Japan and other places, so she can cry to her other friends about it. I don't care. I'm not releasing this online with her name attached, because that was part of her message to me too, is that she said she was going to endorse the film like usual. I don't want your endorsement. Your endorsement is poison to me. I don't want anything to do with you. And yeah, that's it. I just don't want anything to do with you. And if that means I have to wait a bit longer to release any kind of version of the film, even if it means the film is a little bit worse, quote unquote, I would rather do that and take the hit to my career than to continue associating with you. Because it would have been really easy to just stay quiet and just coast on your coattails. But I'm not going to do that.
If you, how do I say this? If there is anybody out there that would possibly be interested in that, in helping Jules rescore the film, and you're not in my Discord, you can email me. My contact information is on my YouTube page, and I can get you in touch with Jules. If that's something you can do and send things along. If that's something you're okay with, Jules.
No, I mean, that's fine. I'm still I live by myself. I'm not a big production company. Me and my co-director don't have a whole lot to offer, financials wise, but we'll do the best that we can. But yeah, in general, I just any clout gained from being around Taxxon is clout that I don't want, and it's poisonous, and I think that's basically the gist of it. I don't want to start talking in circles again.
No, it's okay. I think we both have some pretty big feelings about it, so it's understandable. But yeah, anyway, I think I'm gonna wrap this stream up, and I'm going to send you a message in a bit, Jules, if you're still up. So I'll talk to you later.
All right, see ya.
Bye. Okay, so little surprise sort of epilogue of the stream. Okay, awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm getting eepy. It's 2 a.m. in my time zone. I will see you guys all next time. Bye-bye.